Hello and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. Glad you could join us. I'm Doug, your Dungeon Master. We are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons and Dragons. So, where we last left off, the party had made the long trip to Lyrindil at the behest of Anduriel, leader of the Everwind, the secret organization they are a part of. After being told that there has been evidence of certain people evidencing some of the same traits and indicators that Belladonna and Vander Rixa had, the necromancers that they fought and defeated in Carandia. And so they made their way to Lyrindil and eventually ended up joining the rebellion against the crown. And have been learning more and more about Lyrindil and the problems in the nation, and joining the rebellion against the ruling powers, and have been spending the last 5 weeks in training, doing some very intense training, one-on-one with each of their mentors, in even fighting each other at one point, and just having some very interesting learning experiences and advancing their skills. And so, toward the end of their training, as Adris summoned them to talk about their upcoming trial, he received word that a member or friend that had originally been named Alanya, that originally been the one that sent the letter to Anduriel asking for help, resulting in the party going there, that Alanya was in a dire situation, being in a town that was being surrounded currently and approached by the Ruby Judge, a very powerful and well-known soldier of the crown, who is known for quite a few things and atrocities and fear and strength and all kinds of things. And so Adris stresses to the party that it is very, very important that they get Alanya out of that town, and it is also very important that she doesn't have to use whatever power she has, as it might reveal herself and what she is, and that would be extremely troublesome to everyone. And so the party agrees, and that is where we're, as Adris stresses to you that importance one more time and dismisses you, giving you the 2 horses for each of you to be able to ride, including some for her. As you step outside the tent, that's where we're going to pick things up.
Is there any last preparations that we need to do?
I've got weapons, I've got clothing, everyone has a disguise. I'm going to really, check on these boys and make sure that they have aesthetically what I've seen in town when I've been doing my, and I really want to emphasize physically when we walk into town with our bearing, we have to be nobody. Mm-hmm. We are just everyone else. And I kind of give them a little bit of the etiquette of proximity when it comes to how other people seem to navigate each other in public squares, and how eye contact has been kind of not really a thing. You don't really engage in conversation unless it's for practical purposes. It feels very much like you're not friends. It's not a town of friendly people. Mm-hmm. Not if you want to maintain that kind of feeling of nobodiness.
Mm-hmm. And just as a reminder, what you've been told, you're gonna, if you ride hard, you're gonna arrive at night. And you have been told that basically the pattern so far is that they typically send kind of scout forces, if you will, to start surrounding the town, preventing entries and exits if they can, before she actually arrives with her force. So that'll be another thing to keep in mind is part of your approach is these patrols.
Checking the exits. And,
Yeah.
okay.
While we were at camp, is there like a person to go to for like healing potions and stuff like that?
Anything to spare?
I tell you what, roll an investigation check.
Can we help?
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll.
Yeah, roll with it.
This is really like a single source. I'm just having a rolls to see if they're available or not. So just do a single roll on investigation.
18?
Hey.
Okay. He does have one, and considering the mission, he'll spare it. But you found healing potions are kind of hard to come by because there's such a need for them, and they're hard to acquire, and the materials are hard to acquire, and all that kind of stuff. They're having to try to acquire the materials and make them themselves because they're highly controlled substance, if you will, by the Crown in general. And the average person doesn't have access to them. And so they're having to make some, and the materials are, they take time and effort, and they're difficult to acquire.
Gotcha.
So they're scarce. And so, but he does have one, and they're able to give it to you considering the mission.
It's just a regular healing potion?
Yeah, just one regular.
Well, hold on. I found it.
Grab your hands.
Who needs it?
I do.
Well,
I mean, I'm carrying.
Fallon's got the one because he's one of the fastest.
Right, you still have your infinite or whatever
I've got
it's
the-
called.
I'll be hiding a lot, so
Violent.
She made
getting to me is difficult.
Okay.
Thank you.
How many do you have
like that
on
laugh.
you?
That's the only one I have. I've used up all my other ones.
Speaking of which, Sora, I know we've had our differences as of late, but I've been thinking a lot on your fear of lately in battles, and if you guys trust me, I think I might have something that can help.
I mean, I trust you implicitly.
I think I may have found a way to give us a second chance if worse comes to worse in battle. And I pull out my tome. I would like each of you to write your name in my book.
Okay.
I mean, I've done that before. without hesitation. I just like beautiful calligraphy.
Yep.
Doug, you know what I have, right?
You want to explain it?
Oh, no, it's going to let it be a surprise.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make sure you know what it is.
I will look it up again.
Okay.
Okay.
It'll help us when the time comes.
Glad to hear that. And we've got our horses. We've got a healing potion.
Let's not dilly-dally.
Let's go. Let's get going.
Did we already take time to get clothing?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll go, I guess go ahead and change into that now.
Yeah.
That way when we ride into town, we're not trying to.
Over the armor.
Yeah.
Let's not bring the horses directly in. Let's do like we did before, where we drop them off a little out of the way.
Okay.
Sure.
Sneak in on foot.
Yes.
Sure.
We'll have more mobility that way.
Yes. But with our out, we should definitely use that ability where I can make us a little bit more
Yes.
sneakier than normal.
Yes.
That would be good.
Yeah.
So which one looks the most like nobody? And I just start flipping my faces to look like people that I've seen in the villages.
Wait, go back. No, too far. Other way. No, you go other way.
The one with the unibrow, I think, is the best one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Settle on an old man.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
With a nice unibrow.
Yeah, with a nice unibrow.
Yeah.
I miss shit.
Big, bushy.
I don't. Not for
Because I
1 second.
can just hold that appearance basically and just keep recasting it. So,
Love that for you.
but I don't want to lose in the clothes. Like the face is one thing.
Yeah.
And while we're traveling, I'm going to get my aesthetic going because I feel like yes, I'm going to drive and put on my mascara. I'm very good at it.
My aesthetic.
I don't know, because you're going to be traveling fast. Is there anything about how long it takes you to...
It doesn't explicitly say, at least that I've never seen it. Unless there's a piece of information somewhere.
It's in your feature, or maybe if it is in your feature.
I haven't seen that there's a time. I mean, well, no, to do that, like, completely new person, that takes like 7 days. To create a completely false identity, I'm just doing disguise kit.
So the way I was thinking about it is...
That I've been?
Yeah, you've been... That's kind of what these past 5 weeks have been, is like him helping you figure that out. So I would count the 7 days as...
Okay, cool. Then, I mean, basically, then I already have that identity. If for 5 weeks I've been building it, all it is me putting on the makeup and the elements. And if this has been a character I've been playing for 5 weeks, I would imagine I'm getting pretty good at putting her on.
Yeah. I would say... I'm trying to... It's not showing up on the features. Are you leveled up?
You've asked a great question, and I don't think I am. Hold on.
I don't think you are. No, you're level 8 still.
Can you up me one? It's going to be harder for me to do it on the iPad.
If it will let me.
Okay. If not, I'll do it right now.
Are you rocking like Leia buns to cover your horns?
Yeah, so basically, like, I've got this, like, really, like, wig that kind of sits, like, right in front of the horns, and so I basically, like, weave the hair to build these, like, little, like, yeah, like, Leia-type buns on the top of my head.
Yeah, because of and it'll cost you 25 gold to do as well. Okay. Okay, you should be good now.
Okay, cool. Then I'll take out the...
All right, so, so unfortunately, because of the involvement of that disguise,
Yeah, nice.
trying to disguise that you're a tiefling and all that kind of stuff is more involved. It's not just throwing on some makeup for, a few minutes. I would say you could do a rush job at a half an hour. A good job at an hour.
Okay, then I'll rush job it, and I'll really lock, like, gloves on, hood on, like, I'm focusing just on face.
Okay.
Because face is the only thing that I think would probably be like, face and horns are going to be the two things that, if my hood comes off, will be seen immediately. Everything else I'm keeping completely covered, so I'm not worrying about makeup on hands. I'm not worried about, like, anything more than the garb I have on.
Okay.
So it'll just be the most prominent features.
Okay. All right, so taking half an hour to do that. Is there anything?
Before we leave camp?
While you were doing
Yeah,
your...
you'd have to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's not traveling, like riding hard. You're not
Yeah.
going to be able to
No.
do anything
Okay.
but ride.
Yeah.
My eye again.
Is there anything else you want to accomplish? Anybody you want to talk to? Anything else you're going to try to do?
And I think we feel a sense of urgency, like we need to get going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Time is of the essence.
Okay. I mean, you got half an hour, so while she's doing that.
For this persona, when I was with my mentor, did we discover there was, like, a person that could travel that didn't seem to be too, like, minded when they showed up in town? Like, someone who was able to maneuver from town to town, a specific job that seemed relatively unremarkable?
Good question. They're basically, you have the pass if you wanted to try and do, you have the forged pass, if you remember, that was for a merchant. If you want to go that route, you could try and do a like a low-level, like crown officer of some sort. Like not well, you could try to do military, but like some sort of government office that has an excuse to go from town to town.
I would like to be an auditor, like
Okay.
like someone who comes into town and does like count, just as like the merchant count.
Okay.
So I have a merchant's pass that I've collected from a recent merchant during an audit.
Okay.
Because I feel like no one wants to talk to an auditor.
Usually.
As a former auditor, yes, I agree with that.
Yeah. True.
And I already have all those stupid graphs that I've made that are completely nonsensical, that don't are just numbers on numbers. Because I've been doing when I was making my merchant documents, I was just making graphs with numbers that meant nothing. And so I literally have random numbered documents.
Okay.
So I'm gonna play a
Interesting.
low-level auditor,
Okay. That'll work.
like a junior auditor.
Okay.
So I work for the people, but you could not name what I do. If someone asked me and I said I was an auditor, they couldn't tell me. They wouldn't go oh yeah. They're like, oh, and then they move on.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, anything else you want to accomplish?
Probably just meditate for 30 minutes or so that we're preparing. That's about it.
Sounds good. All right. So, sorry, adjusting something here. All right, so you guys mount up, taking 2 horses each, plus 2 more for Alanya, and take off, following the directions. You're also given a set of, basically, when you get, you're told where the safe house is that you're trying to get to in the town, and a set of kind of coded responses to, to when they answer the door. Basically, there's a set of questions and responses that kind of go in sequence, which I will message you.
Okay.
I'm basically told, no matter what, respond with these things.
Don't get cocky.
Don't be cocky, kid.
Let me send that to you real quick.
I want to get us all coconuts so we have these rides.
Whatever happened? Is Spruce and the gang? Is they still back in that first town we were in? Old Fort something? Fort.
Uh-huh.
Whatever. Our horses are back there, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think they are, yeah.
When we got kidnapped, we don't know where our horses are.
Nope.
Do I love my horse more than anything?
Yes.
Thank you.
When they're calling for balance horse, they're like
Junior
Horse?
Auditor Marva Gland.
Marva gland.
Marva gland.
Marva.
Marva
Marva's
Gland.
such an auditor name.
Listen, I am good at naming.
Marva.
Marva Gland. Gland makes me uncomfortable. Which I think is the perfect name.
Marva makes me uncomfortable.
You're welcome.
Marva gland.
Happy to help anytime, don't mention it.
Ah, crap.
You okay?
Well, I got a new computer and it signed me out of Slack and it's not letting me sign in.
Oh, cool.
Great.
Awesome.
That's fun.
Jeez Louise. This is the most exciting game of D&D ever.
I know, this is really
You know, it is just like technical difficulties, and I've declared
It is.
I didn't say it.
Yeah.
I declared.
Do you want to just write them down?
I can do that real quick.
Here. Do you need a pen?
Yeah.
I always keep Post-its. You never know. You never know.
You never know.
Or the non-branded sticky pad documents.
Yeah.
In the squared, smaller shapes, not in the larger shapes, because you can get the big notepad sticky versions, but I keep them small,
Please tell me
manageable.
that's Marv's accent.
It's Marvin Jackson.
Marvin can talk like this. That's fine.
Mr.
Sheffield. Listen, she doesn't do hair. She's a junior auditor. She does merchants, domestic good accounts managed.
I imagine she has like those corner glasses. She's like, Mr. Sheffield, better do your taxes.
Yeah, I can talk like that. That's fine.
Oh my god.
Marvin Land.
Should we all come up with alter egos of some sort?
Listen, I can't account for all your alter egos. I can only account for my own.
What is mine? We have one.
You do have one. I wrote it down somewhere.
Yeah,
but I can't remember it.
we're like an uncle and
Sure, like a farmer
aunt
or
and
something?
nephew.
No. We were husband
I
and wife.
did have a farm.
You did have a
You
farmer.
did. We were a husband and wife.
Who was my farmer?
There you go.
I don't remember. Can I have my phone back too, please?
And the past.
Yeah, see.
Probably.
Murky backups.
Murky buckets.
Okay, so you guys gather what you need after she frantically kind of puts on her disguise, mount up, and take off. You're working at as fast a pace as you can kind of ride the horses safely, alternating periodically to spare the horses and can extend the pace as much as you can. And you ride pretty much all day, from morning to night, stopping briefly for watering or food or just brief moments of rest, but not nearly the kind of rest that you're accustomed to. And so it's a pretty tiring endeavor overall, not the kind of pace you're used to. And so it's riding at that, it's physically challenging as well. And you find yourself suddenly thankful for Drail's extra fitness activities that have strengthened your muscles before. And you feel like you'd be in real pain if not for that by the time you get there. And while you're tired and it hurts and there's, certain blisters and things like that starting to happen, you feel like you're far better off for the extra training that has occurred, where all this pain for the past 5 weeks are paying off.
Are those blisters? They're actually muscles on your arms. They're easy.
Oh, let's see if you talk to a dragon again one day.
Wait, I've never asked this, but does Easy ride side saddle?
So-
For some reason.
Honestly, I can see it.
I can see that too.
He's got like the cloak. Like you don't want to split the cloak open. It's just like off to the side.
Yeah, he does have the
My robes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to make sure my robes, are very well kept.
Yeah.
Don't want anything to tear.
You don't keep leggings on under there.
The spandex or anything?
No Spanx. No Spanx.
Spanx,
Yeah.
wizard Spanx.
Wizard Spanx.
Listen,
Wiz-
they're basic.
Wiz Spanx.
Wiz Spanx.
I almost said wanks.
That also works. I'm not hating it.
It's a different thing.
Title of this episode, Winks.
Just a couple of winks.
It could be our next commercial. Wizard Spanx.
Listen, I'm writing it down just in case. I would like to know that sometimes my notes also consider just random things we've said.
Yeah. This is. But the people want it. They will give it.
If the people want it. Do they want it?
I think they
Nobody
do.
wants this.
I think they do.
Nobody.
And then on the butt cheeks, it'd be like so juicy. It's like lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
Fireball.
Fireball.
magic missile.
I don't like that.
Oh.
I'm incredibly uncomfortable. Oh,
Psychic glance.
Psychic glance.
why?
Oh
no.
my gosh.
But why? What a gag.
There's a pair of wanks today.
We're gonna
You
want to
could be a
like.
wanker too.
We're probably gonna want to stop when we're about an hour out, so that way we can
Yep. Get the
Cast
trace. Get the trace ready.
probably walk in.
Yeah, we're gonna tie up our horses. So wherever the perimeter of this, like, kind of, we want to bring our horses on the outside of that perimeter so that we don't draw any more attention.
I guess like before we like go, or we can do it on the way and like. So like, what's the like plan? We go to the safe house and then we find Alanya. Like, are we gonna?
That starts at the safe house and we'll work our way out from there. We don't
Alright.
have a lot of time,
Right.
but I imagine going to the most obvious destination, because we don't know the area,
Yep.
is going to be our best bet to
Yes.
figure out
Yeah.
where to spread out if we need to spread out from there.
And I know we want to avoid a fight if we can. I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
All right.
Do we know if she's the only one of our people that's here in this town?
I mean,
I know
we've been
she's
told
the
about
most
it.
She's
important.
the only one that's supposed to get out.
Yes.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there aren't others here that could help us.
Correct. That's why we're going to the safe house to start and see what is going on.
And so, and Alanya wrote the letter. To
Correct. She's
to
the one who
Andor.
wrote the. She's the one who contacted. Yes. The one
And
who
Andor.
and Duriel. Yes.
But we don't know her.
We've
Right.
never met her personally. No.
Did she know us? Did she mention us by name in that letter, or was she just like, "Hey, these guys need help"?
I don't. We weren't personally mentioned in her letter to him. He wrote to us with her information.
Oh, okay,
He relayed it to us because we obviously know what's going on.
right. So there's a chance though that he mentioned her. He mentioned to her us, so she may
It is
know
possible,
who we are.
but I don't know if she knows us or
Yeah.
not.
Okay. 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 All right.
I don't know how common it is for other members of this organization to talk to each other like that.
Right. I'm just making assumptions, but
Let's not,
I'm thinking out loud.
because you know what happens when you make assumptions.
Yeah.
You try to poison your
Trying to
friends first
poison
thing,
your food.
first thing in the morning.
Yeah. We've all heard that saying
Yeah,
before.
exactly.
Pass without trace. Does it last 1 hour?
1 hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe we do want to cast that right before we get into town. Maybe 10, 15 minutes out.
I'm worried about patrols.
That's why I'm going to go ahead of you all.
Yeah.
And see
Go
where the
before
patrols
we
are.
stop. Yeah.
I'm going to stealth ahead of the team, still staying within range of our tattoos. But I'm gonna go ahead solo to really make sure that I can get a glance of where the patrols are, so that I can let the team know where to stop.
120 foot? Is I reading that right? One dot is a foot, not an inch.
Yes.
So it's 120 foot range.
Correct.
They don't usually do inches in D&D,
So that makes that's like to Chris.
I'm not gonna say what I was thinking.
So, as you continue to ride, and it starts to get darker, and eventually night fully falls, and get to a point where you've got a little bit of elevation, and you can see ahead of you the lights kind of dotting the area of the town that you are headed towards. And so you're still a ways out, and there's kind of heavily forested areas kind of around the town that you'll have to make your way through, unless you decide to take the road or continue following the road that you've been on into it. So how would you like to approach?
I'm torn. If we take the road, it's less suspicious, and we have a better chance to lie our way out. But we're more likely to be spotted. If we take the forest, we're less likely to be seen, but if we're confronted, there's no talking our way out of it, most likely.
That's why I think I should go ahead on the road, and then I can basically give you all the lay of the land, so that you all can take the tree line.
Yeah, because you're the only one of us that's going in as an actual official.
Correct.
Yeah, the rest of it might look weird having people come into town. We don't know, I guess we don't really know what the comings and goings might look like.
I figure if I walk in with one horse, On foot. If I get caught, I communicate all of the necessities. I let you all know what's going on. You all can navigate the woods accordingly. Then we have one horse inside town if we need her to just hop on and make a break. And then the rest of us can skedaddle.
Yes. I'm fine with this.
Yes?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Casting the spell. Right.
Well,
Not
she's
yet.
not gonna be.
Yeah, she's
not
gonna go.
not until I give you the go-ahead.
She's gonna
okay.
go be ahead of us and
Got
kind
it.
of
So wait on it.
get a lay of the land.
Yeah, because I won't be in that.
You're basically going not to get caught, but you're going to be seen.
Correct.
Yeah, we might be trying to make a more sneaky entrance.
It's fair. Okay.
So she's going ahead.
On the road, so I
Mhm.
can get a clear understanding of what's happening.
Okay.
And then I'm relaying that information back to the guys so that they can stay within the tree line.
And you plan on using your tattoo?
Correct.
But I
So
still
we-
think
we're-
we need can't pass without trace.
Correct.
Correct.
You all
Yes.
need to pass without trace.
Well, like right
I'm
now?
walking into town
A little
as
bit later.
As
junior
we're
auditor.
following her in the woods. Otherwise, they're gonna be like, there's a person there and 4 people in the woods.
Right.
Yeah, like
But we're not following her. We're letting her go like.
We're staying within 120 feet. That's not that far.
correct.
Is it not?
No.
Yeah, it's like 30 yards.
Yeah, 120 feet's not far at all. We gotta be fairly close to
Okay.
get
Okay.
stay in range.
Okay.
Sir, roll an intelligence
What's your
check for me.
Sure.
Druid. The name?
Seibu.
Yeah, the same
That's
with
gonna
the
be a natural 19 plus. Intelligence is one of my good things.
Okay.
That's gonna be plus 2, so that's 21.
Okay. One of the things you've noticed as you spend time observing things like that and developing this persona with Resham is officers of the Crown, especially if they are the type who can, like an auditor, who can do anything important, basically, are typically escorted by some sort of guard.
Okay. So I'm gonna need
So you would know that it's pretty unusual for one to just show up
By
in the middle of the
themselves.
night by themselves, unguarded, would be
So
unusual.
sounds like we're going with you.
Not like big guards or anything like that, like anybody
all
yeah,
of us.
just
high
some
level,
just some
something.
guy.
Yeah.
I think just one guy.
Yeah.
Why not have just 2 on each side or on a horse?
All for one auditor.
I think Valen could be is a one budget guard. Yeah. He's a human. So.
Yeah.
But
I'm-
you have disguise
Yeah, he's.
I do.
and
I
you
just,
have deception.
I just, I just don't know if
unibrow, so it doesn't really go off the.
Yeah, he can change his face.
Yeah,
a
He
little.
can change it and make look.
I mean, I feel like it's okay if both of you go, but then will me and Easy be okay by ourselves? I think we'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think we'll be good. No.
I would very much like Valen to stay with you all.
I don't. What? You're fine.
I would like an extra set of hands for you all. And
Yeah.
the sneaky set of hands.
We have 4 hands. I got
Sure,
two.
but I need
Yeah.
sneaky hands.
Dexterous and.
Dexterous sneaky
Well,
hands.
why don't we switch out Easy and Valen?
Because Easy needs to cast the spell.
Yeah. So just-
For you all.
Honestly,
Got
Yeah.
it.
if
Got it.
anybody were guards, it would be you and me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm too.
Because he's got the range to get to us quickly.
I would.
He's got the range spell.
Bear is hard to disguise,
Right.
and Bear is an
I would
unusual entity.
easily go with
You
it,
can
but-
disguise yourself. So I'm going to say you are my bodyguard,
Okay.
Maybe if goes outside. Yeah. Keep a good eyes on you. We got you.
and we are going to walk on the trail. We are not going to be we're not going to be showy. We're just walking. It is late, which is unusual. I should have entered the town before dark. So I am going to stuff something in the shoe of my horse so that it kind of walks funny. As if my horse, something weird happened to it. Not enough to injure it, just enough to irritate the horse's hoof a little bit. So that it kind of walks a little funny, and then I'll walk with my horse as though like I threw a shoe or something. I don't know what's wrong. And it
Okay.
slowed our ability to get into town on time, like we should have before dark.
Smart.
Yep. I guess we'll be in the tree line. kind of keeping somewhat pace with you until we get to
Put the horses up now
Yes.
and walk in the dark, in the shadows, in the tree line
Yes.
with your magics.
Until we get to what I guess we would consider a reasonable distance within the walls or
Yeah, within the
border,
confines
yeah,
of the
the
city.
perimeter of the town. Yeah. And still, because we want to try to maintain that 120 if we can, as much as we can.
Okay.
Okay. So it's you two?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the three of you in the forest.
trees.
Okay. So the three of you, go ahead and roll a stealth check for me.
Should I? I'm going to cast my spell
That's
though.
probably not a bad idea,
Is it
actually,
plus
I wanted.
to make
It
sure
is-
that we're hidden.
It is a +10.
Rock on.
Okay.
Pray on Wayne.
Again, Garth.
Guardian.
Making the powder.
All right, casted the spell.
Danny, would you grab my backpack that's on the other side of
So I can't wear heavy armor anymore, which is bad for battle, but good for stealth checks.
'Cause,
Oh, that's right, because
Yeah,
you're...
I can't do
Yeah.
rage with heavy armor.
Sure can. Yeah.
It's okay, 'cause, like, I'm still pretty beefy, but
yeah,
it
but
helps my stealth checks.
yeah, your AC actually is based on other things now.
Well, I can do unarmored,
Yeah.
which is lower than medium armor. So like unarmored goes con and dex.
Yeah, but a barbarian gets a boost, like a monk gets a boost for
Yeah.
wearing armor. to
Yeah.
their AC.
No, but my boost is I use con and dex, plus 10.
Yeah.
So if I'm unarmored, I'm 14. If I'm wearing medium armor, I'm 16.
Wow.
So you and I are the same armor class now when you're unarmed?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because
No, I'm higher than you. I'm a 15.
when I'm unarmored, I mean, that makes sense.
But that just like boggles my brain. I'm like, wait a minute.
Just like the muscles are pure chiseled.
Yep. There's 5 weeks of training,
14 pack abs.
14 pack.
I got a case.
Okay. Sorry. Had to grab my stylus here. Okay, so
Alright.
what'd you get?
23.
Wow.
37.
Wow.
Well, natural 19.
Dang, son.
Yeah.
All right.
They were pretty stealthy, guys.
And would it be possible for he and I to stealth in the sense of like be uninteresting? Like genuinely like it's not like we're trying to hide, it's like we're just trying not to be
It's not really what stealth is.
maybe deception. I don't know, to be genuinely like uninteresting.
Can we roll wallflower?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh.
A performance check, like, right?
Yeah, maybe performance for like a really minor help, maybe.
I want to do anything in my power to buffer anything we
No
have.
good, anyway.
You said performance? Jeez Louise.
Charisma. You should be good at that.
I think I do have something on it.
15.
Okay.
I was like, deception's where I want to put it. I have a plus 12.
Yeah, it's a 9.
9. Yeah, it's not really a deception check either. So.
Yeah. Deception's when I actually start talking to them and lying my way through what's happening. Okay. Well, 15 to be uninteresting.
Okay. Okay.
Roll. I like roll for roll.
So you guys are going, and you guys are trying to trail in the forest,
Yeah.
stealthily.
Staying
we
within
get to
120.
a distance that we feel is like so far enough away from the perimeter, the wall, whatever is, setting the boundary for the city. I'll let Asura know that this is where we're stopping, so you have an idea where we are, in case you get beyond 120 feet into the
Okay.
city, and you can come back and get within that range.
Okay.
Okay. So, as you're walking, as the two of you are walking down the road, with your horse, sticking out, I guess, a rock into their hoof, or trying to wedge something up into there, so that it walks a little funny.
Yeah, like put it in the shoe so that it like when it lands, it like is pressing on that
Yeah.
soft spot in the back of the hoof.
Yeah, creating a sort of limp, as he doesn't like it very clearly. You guys start making your way forward. Go ahead and roll perception checks, the two of you.
18.
6.
Oh no!
Okay. After kind of making your way forward, after about 20 minutes or so, you do detect, like, kind of ahead of you on the road, you start hearing some footsteps and some other kind of noise of some people approaching.
Alright, I'll tap onto my tattoo as if I'm talking to my horse and just let the guys know that there's sounds ahead, footsteps, could be soldiers. I don't have eyes yet.
Okay.
So just be alert.
Yep. Keeping a lookout. Silence the grave.
Okay. So, you see as you get a little closer, you see a pair of crown soldiers coming around the corner, which you can see with dark vision, at least well enough. Yeah, which for any of those without dark vision, you're going to be in disadvantage. It's hard.
Yeah.
So it's because it's nighttime and there's no lights out here really.
Aren't all three of you don't have dark vision?
I have dark vision.
Okay.
I think Valor doesn't.
No, I don't.
No,
Yeah, Valor doesn't and you
Humans do
don't.
not.
Yeah,
But
literally you are
all three of
relying.
us do.
Yeah, you are relying on Easy to be like your guiding light in this darkness.
Yeah.
I'd be like, watch out for that twig. You're like, oh man,
Thanks.
5 seconds earlier.
there's a big
Yeah.
spider right there. Watch out.
Oh, that's what was on me.
So, you see a couple of soldiers come around, and you can see that one of them is holding a leash with a large, like, chest-height direwolf at his side.
Okay.
That you can see is kind of sniffing and alert and looking around.
I'm gonna let the guys know that there's an animal that is scenting right now, and let them know there's a direwolf. So
So when they come around the corner and they see you guys, one of them immediately just like, halt!
and I'm immediately halting and like performing that very like not really like eye contact but not eye contact, very like submissive energy.
Okay. I will say, because of, we're kind of
Yeah.
shaping out the character here.
As we go in real time.
Yeah, some of the crown officers, you notice there is a ranking, of like level, but like they're not as demure as the average citizen.
Okay.
Because they are part of
The elite.
the party,
Yeah.
like they're part of the people. They're part of the crown, and so they have more power, and they're a little bit less afraid, more so as you kind of go up the hierarchy, so to speak.
Okay. Then I'll make
The
like
hierarchy, which by the way is hard to determine because there is one, but they don't. And sometimes there are clear levels, but a lot of times it's not, because they're supposed to be looking at it as everyone is equal and everything like that. And so it's difficult. But there is a clear indication that they're not always as none of them are quite as demure as
the average citizen.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will just kind of stop like the body language of this character is one of like I've lived my life doing this. So like her whole body kind of crunches a little bit. And so like her neck kind of like she looks like kind of like a turtle. Like I've kind of got the body like language of a turtle, and I've got my reins, and I've kind of got like a slightly like a not wholly present face, but still like I feel important, but I also kind of look a little bit like kind of dumb. Even though I'm smart, like that like face that like you could look that face in the crowd and instantly forget it. Good evening.
Yeah, you see the one with the wolf kind of stays back as the other one approaches. What are you doing?
What was the
This
accent I
time of
chose?
night.
Talk, Mr. Sheffield. Junior auditor Marva Gland. My horse started acting funny. She's limping a little bit, so we got slowed down on our way into town.
I see. Marva
Gland.
Gland, and your name?
Samuel.
Samuel.
French.
Samuel French. Rank?
Guard.
Do I know the rank? Do I know the lowest level ranks of like
Guard would be one of them.
guard?
All right. Well, yeah, go ahead and roll deception checks for me, both of you.
Let's go.
Are they helping each other out?
No, they're
No.
rolling it
Yeah.
I'm a
individually.
plus 12.
Uh-oh.
Did you do not nat one on me? Do not nat one on me. Shit. Do not.
But it's a nat one.
Oh,
He's so strong and critical.
I rolled a 26.
Oh, yes.
Well, here we go.
Well, that was a fun plan,
Anything
guys.
to reroll my rolls. Did I have a plus 12? Like my deception is.
I know you and I have plus 12 deceptions. Jesus.
The right ones to go on this journey.
Oh man, unbelievable.
The dice tell a story.
They sure do. They sure
His
do.
eyes kind of narrow looking at you, and he's like,
My brow comes up to here.
I don't think it's, I think you know how you're supposed to introduce yourself as a soldier of the crown.
Have I seen it done before?
Well, usually full name and rank. And
Shit. But I let him ask me. I'm gonna kind of lean closer to him. This has not been an easy journey, sir, and I do apologize, and I have done my best. But she has refused to stop because we were late, and I have been marching for 2 days straight. I do apologize for my rudeness. I would just rather not incur the wrath.
yeah. It's also a bit unusual that you, an auditor's coming right before the Ruby Judge does. Usually steer clear that sort of thing when she arrives. So I think you do come clear some things up with our captain.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Just gonna tap onto my tattoo and just talk to the horse very sweetly and let the boys know that we're in serious trouble.
He's right there. So what are you saying?
Okay,
you're doing?
sorry, never mind.
Okay.
So we
Yep.
we can see you go with the soldier.
We're probably going to see that, honestly.
I would.
Yeah, I think you would see enough
Okay.
to see that, that
Yeah, we went.
they have some sort of encounter and they're now following him down the road. That's pretty clearly escorted.
It's not looking so good, you guys. They're being taken with the guard. Not forcefully, though.
So, well, I guess I can't see anything anyway. Do I have enough sight to see how is this? Is there like a wall blocking off this village, or is it just houses and buildings?
No, and you're
stuff
still a
like
ways away. You're still, at this point, like 40 minutes walk away.
Okay.
Because you stopped an hour out. So, and this was 20 minutes. So you're still quite a ways away from it, but it doesn't look like there's a wall.
I guess we might have been. I wanted to try to stay within 120 feet of the city itself or the village, but I'm fine with that. Maybe you said that they look like they might have. They were going with some guards.
That's right. Yeah, being taken by them, yeah. They're not forcefully, though. They're just walking with them.
What can we even do about it? Like,
We might need to get a little bit closer and just to get an idea if things are actually going wrong or not.
Yeah, so we
But
can
if
react
we-
quicker.
I mean, but if we can't, if we fight, we're gonna trigger everything.
Maybe they could talk their way out of it.
I think we just.
Are we within 120 feet of them, roughly? Would I be able to keep kind of
If you're staying base with them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, so I'm gonna do it anyway, just because it's. Be like, you guys okay?
All you hear back is a sneeze.
Well done.
Guess we should have figured out code
I don't know what that
beforehand, but
How? Because now that we're beginning to walk with them, how close can I get to the direwolf? I would like to try to get close.
Well, this is an interesting. Let's see. You. Let me check something real quick here.
Because you can talk to animals.
Uh-huh.
I just remembered that.
I'm gonna see if we can get a little help.
Oh yeah, we can get it to like attack them.
I wish I had dark
Or
vision.
just
I could read lips, so I could have
Oh
read what they were saying.
my
God dang
goodness.
But I can't read lips in the dark.
Womp
Nope.
womp.
Yeah. I have the thing where I could have read lips.
Oh,
But I don't have
damn.
dark vision, so
Damn, we need to get you those like
Yeah,
glasses
bows,
or
little-
something.
yeah.
That's gotta be a thing.
I would be down for it.
We really do need you to have the ability
Night
to see in
vision.
the dark.
Ah, that sucks. Okay.
Guys, I mean, I feel like we just trust them. We go to the safe house and we just go as normal.
Wait. Forget what I have mine. I think mine's on inside my hand, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot mine's on my wrist.
Mine's inside of my hand. Cough once if you want us to intervene. Cough twice if you don't.
That was a clearer throat. Was that a cough?
I don't know.
Anyways,
Please specify yet again.
and like when if we get through this, we really need to lay out some code.
You hear another sneeze, and then two
Okay.
quick coughs.
All right.
Okay.
That
Oh,
helps,
like
that helps a
three
lot.
coughs.
Yeah.
Shit.
What does sneeze mean?
Absolutely yes.
Cough twice for no!
Fireball.
That's what 3 means.
It's up there. It's
Yeah.
a big.
It's syllables. Fireball.
Oh my gosh.
No, I think they should focus on the mission.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so as you start to, as you guys rejoin the other soldier with the wolf and start to walk,
Yeah, we're gonna need those.
as you start to kind of edge over, trying to get closer to the direwolf, you see the direwolf is like kind of looking at you guys and kind of like, and there's like a moment where he looks at you and sniffs you, and then you hear this deep
Well, maybe not.
I will speak directly to the direwolf.
But well, at the growl, you see the guards react as they've apparently been signaled something is wrong here by this wolf, and you see the one holding it draw its sword, and. say,
I would like to take out one of my darts and stab the side of the horse that I'm walking with to freak it out.
Okay. Do a sleight of hand check.
God damn, we're making this so much worse! Please,
got it
please,
quick.
please. 13.
It's just two
Oh,
dogs.
13.
2 guards and a dog. Kill.
Oh wait, sorry, that's a 9. Never mind, that's a 9. So that's gonna be
16.
16.
Yeah.
A 16.
Because that's a plus
Alright.
7.
So as the guard draws his sword, and he starts to hold it out to you. He's like, I'm gonna need you to go ahead and take off your weapons there. You see a sudden commotion as you reach out and try to stab into the horse, causing the horse to whinny and jerk to the side out of your grasp. One of the other soldier who was not holding the wolf says, "What are you doing? Why you stab that horse?"
Shit.
Shit. On the signal, do we go?
Right.
And he draws his sword as well.
Is it time?
All right.
The plan failed?
I'll be calm. I'll take off my weapons. I'm gonna swing that motherfucker at the dog.
What are we doing?
Not we!
You!
As you start to take a swing, you see the other one like put his fingers to his lips and whistle loudly.
Get him!
And you'll have to give me a second to put together a map for this. I don't know.
Oh gosh.
Shit.
But go ahead and roll initiative while I'm desperately trying to get that together.
Oh, there's no way out of it. You just gotta kill him quickly before they alert anybody.
He's already done the alert.
What is it? I miss you guys.
Oh man.
Fucking worse.
Jesus. Like our two just like lying people.
I know, we did this on purpose.
Yeah.
Y'all were the deceiver.
I know.
The
Dang.
dice want.
What the dice want? You rolled a 1. You really can't do anything around that.
That's true. That
If you
is
rolled
fair.
anything but a 1, it would have been
Yep.
fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Literally anything but a 1.
You're not good at improv.
No, the dire wolf already sensed.
Yeah.
Because you walked
That-
right up to him.
I got somewhat close, but I'm an orc. She's a tiefling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like,
You
there
can't-
was no...
Can't disguise scent.
that's true.
Yeah, you can. You can wear perfume.
Yeah.
I guess.
I could have worn
okay.
cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
I think we're learning a lot of lessons right now.
I think that's the
we have
Darwin's
things that
name.
we need to work on.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
It's a red dire wolf.
Well, no, that's the scent that Hydressa wears.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
It was
Cinnamon.
lavender for some reason.
Oh, she wears cinnamon. It's the reason I wanted to make perfume out of the Apapulas, so that I have signature scent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You have a way to grow there now.
We're gonna use this one. Sorry, did not prepare for a main road
Yeah.
approach.
I'll go throw that up on the screen as well.
You had no doubt. Like, why would you not expect that?
It's totally fine. Totally fine. I just didn't. Just takes a moment to get something together.
Just slit his throat before he whistles.
He's already whistled.
Didn't you get it done?
Lifting to whistle. He's lifting to whistle.
Oh, he said he already whistled, right?
Yep.
Listen while you work.
It's easy. We just kill him. Make the dog look like a dire wolf, or the horse look like a dire wolf.
Okay.
We'll disguise as the guards. We'll be fine.
In what universe does that make any freaking sense? I feel scared and overwhelmed.
You should.
Like you wish you had your former friend now.
Have you ever?
Samuel French, the publisher. I just realized I called you the publishing house.
I didn't
There's
know
a publishing house.
There's a publishing house called Samuel French.
Mhm.
It took me a minute. I was like, why did I say French immediately? It's because it's the publishing house.
I've never heard that name
Samuel
either.
French. Oh my god.
Français de Samuel.
Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. So, more riveting streaming here.
Prep work. Making maps.
In real time.
Yeah.
I-
Making maps, y'all. Making maps.
Keep going.
great. I loved it. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
A nice freestyle would be nice.
I lose confidence when I freestyle.
Stoic has a brand, okay?
And he's
He's
finished.
pretty good at lying, but the moment it seemed like it's not
About to say.
working, he's like, swing, hit.
Your improv is to
I would like to point out
punch.
that we spent 5 weeks with you learning how to zen the hell out.
Doesn't matter. It's on brand. It wasn't out of anger.
It's not a panic.
Normally it's out of anger. So
My tools are messed up here. Hold on. This is awesome.
cool.
I mean, we can just up the mind to this.
Okay.
Theater.
No, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Just
Nice.
2 more seconds here and we'll have something. Alright.
I'm so confused by what you're doing over there.
I'm just having fun.
He's making art of some
I'm
kind.
doing art.
He's like, yeah.
It's art, you wouldn't understand.
I understand.
He did make a little
I think I
plaster
want to.
dagger.
Yeah, I want to know.
I
what
made a
this
dagger,
is.
but I made
Is it
this.
plaster?
I made this D4 have highlighted letters now. It was
Okay.
gold, but now it's white. See,
'Cause you just packed it
But
with
every
plaster?
time you roll, you lose.
you lose a little bit
Yeah.
on there, but it's cool. I like that I could see it.
That's true. That's fair.
I mean, we could just repaint them.
No,
That's true.
I want the.
Sense.
I want
I've
this.
repainted my dice before.
I want the powder effect.
The powdered
It's
effect.
an aesthetic effect.
It is an aesthetic.
Just to be clear, Stoic,
Yes.
your Mask of Many Faces doesn't measure up to physical inspection, which you are immediately realizing doesn't include smell.
Yeah, no,
still
it's,
smell
it's,
like a half
it's
orc.
pure soul or sight illusion.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
You can't touch me.
Or smell.
So what do you think?
I can see like the singing, but not the song, because I'm your bodyguard, and I had a total Whitney Houston moment.
Oh yeah.
But, like,
So okay. So what I'm. So
thank you. There it is.
So what I'm going to do is just to be like, I am a servant of the people. What do you do?
Sure. I'll leave you work. Let's try it.
And then I'll give you my bonus action if you need to do anything.
As in what?
This is my,
Just gonna try and
psychic
talk your way out
lance.
of this?
It's like if you need to attack somebody.
that tiny.
Second glance.
Why you don't have strong attack?
I wanted to avoid any further action. But I wanted to have constant
You imagine,
distraction
like-
that they can get in.
Like a paper towel roll coming out of your forehead.
So do you want to fight them or not want to fight them?
I don't want to fight them.
Or you want to make sure they can get out and fight them?
No, I want to make sure that they get in to get to where they need to go. I don't want them helping us.
Okay, hopefully this is gonna
So you
work
wanna
here.
try and outrun them?
No, I
I'm not
want.
following you.
I want to basically make when the other guards get here, think that these guards are acting recklessly. That they're at fault, not us. That's what I want to do. Do you think that's a good idea?
You want to try and out-bolster.
Yes, I want to double down. Do you
Well,
think that's a good idea?
This
What
will
is
be
your-
happening in combat because he
Yeah.
started
Yeah.
it and we're rolling initiative, so we're at
Yeah.
that point.
Yep.
So I want everybody to roll initiative.
Yeah.
Yep, already have.
Already screwed that up.
Oh yeah, same here.
Already screwed that up now.
Oh, we're pretty far back.
Yeah, it's 120 feet, man.
Yeah, 120 feet.
Where is the actual?
So-
Is the town? Are we in town or are we still
No,
outside?
you're
We're
40
out.
minutes out still.
Oh, we're 40
Yeah.
minutes out.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's what I explained.
Oh, I thought we were in town. Okay,
too.
that fundamentally changes my.
I
Okay,
wouldn't have
so let me
swung if
just-
we were that close.
explain all that
We
again,
had
'cause
two
you're
guys and one
So sorry,
dog.
I thought we'd already
you
made
did
it
say
to.
that.
Yeah, literally just
One
recap
water.
that.
Yeah,
So
no.
Yeah.
you traveled about 20 minutes. You're stopped an hour outside of town. You're about
Gotcha.
40
Okay.
minutes
So
out,
in
so-
my brain, you had said an hour, and now we are in
Yeah, I thought
town.
you got
That is what.
stuck.
No,
This is
that's
what I
close
heard.
there.
My apologies. I completely apologize
no.
for not understanding where I was.
Still traveling down the
Give me a little
road.
more now. I'm like,
Yes.
they're out way away from everybody. Let's just kill them
Yes.
really
No.
quickly.
No. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Chloroform. Chloroform.
Shh, go sleep, go sleep, go sleep. Shh, 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 shh.
Okay. So
What's plan B though?
Yep.
Kill them before the other guards get here. That's
I mean, after we do that.
hide the bodies.
Before we get
The
going,
ground
like,
frozen.
no big spells, no loud spells.
Thank you.
All right.
Only
So,
discreet, don't worry.
Yeah.
20 and above.
24.
Why like we just
Because I'm a
assumed.
+8 to
Yeah.
initiative. I'm sorry, guys.
Don't apologize.
No.
Okay. 15 or higher.
And yeah, 16.
Okay. 10 or higher.
12.
Okay.
Pull up the rear.
Yeah, buddy.
Wow. You rolled low?
Oh yeah.
What?
I don't have. I mean, I've got a decent initiative, but I just rolled really bad.
Oh, okay.
Okay. 5 or higher.
7.
8.
Hey, look at there.
All right.
Okay. That should be everyone. Okay. So, Asura, you see this happening? What are you doing?
I am grabbing my life drain dagger. And I am going to stab the guy, whoever the guy that's closest to me.
Okay, so you're gonna move up and.
I roll with advantage because this is my first attack on
I feel like I
skill.
have to. Without it being loud.
Yeah, I only have 2. So.
That's gonna be
Oh, yeah, I
7,
forgot. Yeah.
21. Plus, that's an additional lightning damage, which is.
So what'd you get?
20, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 to hit.
Okay.
Plus an additional D4. Alright, so it's going to be 8, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 points of damage. No, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 points of piercing damage plus 5 points of lightning damage.
Okay. Which, how much total?
What was 20? What was it? 20 plus 5. I can't math suddenly. It's 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 plus 5.
31.
31 points of
Points
damage.
total damage.
Total damage
Okay.
on the first hit.
And with that, the guy goes down.
Brilliant.
As you dash forward suddenly, much more lithe than your disguise betrays. Surprising, seeing the guy's moment of surprise as your knife slashes across his neck, and he goes down and stops moving.
Bonus action, I'm giving him my your mastermind, which means you can do an additional action
Okay.
if you need to.
Like right now, I thought.
Yeah, right now.
I know.
Immediately.
Because I need him
Oh.
to attack as many times as possible, as quickly as possible.
Quickly, yeah. We need.
Okay. Then I'm gonna immediately fire off 2 Eldritch Blasts at the dude's face.
At the guy.
At the guy, not
Okay.
at the dog. Oh, man, I have to roll to make that stuff happen. First one
Good.
is 23 to hit.
23 hits. Yeah.
Ooh.
So that's 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 11 points of damage.
Nice.
Okay.
Second shot is 13 plus 8, so 21
That
to
hits.
hit. Oh, and then 6 damage.
Okay.
Total of what?
Well, I still have a bonus action.
To attack again.
Yeah, well, no, I gotta wait for that's my immediate action. I still have to wait for my turn in the initiative.
Right. Because I don't think it gives you a full turn. It just gives you an action.
Just an action.
Just
Yeah.
one action, yeah.
That well, you can do it immediately.
That's what I did.
Okay.
I don't know if it's my turn yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, which I don't know if we've ever narrated it before, or since you
Have
since
changed?
the
No.
Solstarium, but the Eldritch Blast, which since his deal with Bulgash had turned into this sort of grayish, fiery bolt, now has that sort of familiar divine flame essence to it. Like, it's sort of not totally flame, but it's sort of like that same essence of light to it as a force bolt of energy. streaks out and plants twice into the guy's chest, causing him to stumble backwards for a moment, shaking off the flash in the darkness. All right, easy. You see this happening. You see them suddenly lash out at these guys. What are you doing?
I'm going to ready my forehead at the wolf and channel the lance right at the wolf.
Oh, psychic lance.
Psychic
Okay.
lance of the wolf.
Okay.
All right, that's a beat an intelligence save of 17.
17. Okay.
Yep. Hopefully it's a dumb wolf.
Stupid wolf.
You're from the northeast.
That
aren't
is
you?
very much a fail.
Very much a fail.
I blocked it too.
0.
All right. All right. So now he will take 7 d6s
Oh Jesus.
of psychic damage.
Okay.
All right. You have some d6s I can borrow.
How many do you need?
I got 1, 2, 3, 4,
Throw him over. Can't have that one.
5, 6, 7. Yeah, here we go. Oh, that was terrible.
I see a bunch of ones.
I
and
literally
twos.
got 3 1s and 3 2s and a 3.
Oh my god.
Unbelievable.
That
is
that's
That is
so
depressing.
awful.
That's really depressing.
1, 2, 3. 3 plus 6, so 9. And then 9 points of psychic damage. However, off of 7 dice. That's ridiculous.
9.
I've never rolled that bad in my entire
There's a
life.
9.
9 points of damage.
So 3 2s, 3 1s.
Oh, wait, sorry.
That'd be 12,
2,
right?
2, 4, 6. 6 plus 3.
It's 9 plus another 3 is 12.
12. Sorry, 12. It's
Still
12.
not great, but
So 12 points. Sorry, I was a
It's
little
double
off.
digits.
yeah.
12 points of psychic damage, but it's incapacitated.
That's good.
Wolf just says,
Yep.
it just,
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, doesn't
That's
make any
super
noise.
Mm-hmm.
Hit it.
Very important.
Wolf doesn't make any growls, doesn't do anything, doesn't howl.
Okay.
So it is an incapacitated puppy, and it does not get to do anything until the start of my next turn. Okay.
I keep not refreshing y'all's character sheets and yeah, anyway.
Yeah, it's incapacitated until the start of my next turn. Yeah, not its turn.
Right.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. All right.
Whew.
So you hear as you do this, and there's no visible effect, but you hear the wolf suddenly just like and like kind of crouch down a little bit, like kind of shaking its head and seemingly like just kind of caught up in that whatever's happening to it. Okay, it is their turn now.
Oh, dang it.
His turn.
I should hit
Yeah.
That's it.
His turn.
Well,
His
this
turn.
is someone hiding in the shadow.
He did.
I don't know
Yeah,
about-
Whistle,
he did
so-
whistle.
Yeah.
You did this little.
Mm-hmm.
This is value back.
Okay. Yeah, he's just outside of range, so he's actually gonna run.
Well, shit.
And
I got 120 range.
yeah,
Better kill him.
That's what we're about.
just seeing this happening, he looks around quickly and seeing what's happening to the wolf, he just takes off, dash and movement.
Can you catch up to him?
That's what I was getting there to look at. No.
What's your range?
I mean,
Fire
actually,
a bow.
Yeah,
I can catch up to him, but that wouldn't be able to do anything else afterwards.
But
Like,
you
I
have,
can
you have a bow.
I mean, I do have a bow.
Yeah. Just.
And a close one. So, yeah. I still got ways to go. I'm last in initiative.
Yeah, not good.
Okay. And he's also, as he's running, he's like, "Help! Danger!" And just like yelling alert. As
Oh, I
he's,
should have knocked him out.
The wolf is a good call.
I felt like the wolf was gonna howl,
No,
and
yeah.
that also would have been bad.
all right, Stoic.
Danger.
Danger.
Try not to make a noise.
That's kind of sailed.
just don't want to make it worse.
Yeah.
I'm not strong enough to grapple. Give me a strength check.
Did you get an attack of opportunity? Were you in melee? You were in melee of him, weren't you?
No, he's
Just out of range.
Yeah, he was just out of range.
But it won't be for the next time. And I'm going to dimension door directly in front of him.
Yes.
With their fist out.
I was trying to decide if I was going to grapple him, but I have a better chance of killing him than I do grappling him.
Sure do.
So I'm going to bonus action dimension door using my cape in front of him, and then I'm going to fire off my 2 Eldritch Blasts right in the face.
Come on.
Point blank.
Take him out.
Silence!
Hold on. Dimension door. I don't think you'll be able to Eldritch Blast because it's not a bonus action.
Oh no.
You can't do 2 spells.
2
Remember?
spells. Oof.
Does the cape
But
make
it's-
it count as a spell?
Well, it's an item.
Is it your action or your bonus?
No, Eldritch Blast is not an item.
No.
The cape
Dimension
is
door.
Cape is an item.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
the
right.
Cape of Montalban.
Yeah.
Montalban?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
It's called
Montalban.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not like Ricardo Montalban.
Right.
There's more of an L in there, Montalban.
See, it's funny whenever I think about
Montalban.
Montalban, I think of the flan, fantasy flan from
Fantasy flan.
Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Just say casting time, 1 action.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So it's not a bonus.
so it's not your movement,
Yeah, so it
essentially.
would be your
Correct.
action.
Do
Do you
that
have any
spell.
spells that are a bonus action? I mean, cantrips that are a bonus action? Or do you have a sturdy
Well,
object
my
you can
Eldritch
hit,
Blast is a cantrip.
but it's an action?
Correct.
Yep,
Can you swing in the face?
Shoot.
I don't think you can.
Don't you have your mace?
Yeah, but he's got to
Use that
attack
my mace.
first.
Mace in the face.
Mace in the face.
I mean, I'm trying to find any way to
I
like.
don't
have
think you
this
can
push
attack
shit.
as a bonus.
Yeah, you can offhand, right?
Only if you attack with your action.
Yeah, only if you
Oh.
attack with your action.
I know.
Yeah, I would say also you're using the item, but it's enabling you to cast the spell, so the multiple spell rule would still apply.
Okay.
Sure. It's unfortunate. Just have like a lot of cool gadgets. They're like the 007.
Well, it's still an action because I can't cast Eldritch Blast as a bonus action.
Right.
The only thing I could cast as a bonus action is a spell,
If it's labeled as bonus
and it is
action.
labeled as a bonus action.
So like your Spirit Shroud,
Yeah, I'm just debating if I want to use a
Yeah, or
spell slot.
Healing
Like this
Light.
early.
like-
No,
yeah.
I wouldn't. I mean, but getting in his way, like if he tries to run from you, then you get an
I mean,
opportunity
don't
against
you
him.
have range from where you are with your Eldritch?
I do, but I was trying to get within his melee so that if he runs, I get a 3rd attack.
That's fair, but we need to hit him more than we need to be in his melee.
I forgot. Yeah, if it's gonna cost me an action, can I just fire at him instead?
Sure.
All right. It's a tough call.
And you can still use your movement,
That's true.
like to run.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Closer.
let's see if he drops from my 2 blasts, and then
Okay.
I'll run towards him afterwards.
All right, make your turn.
Crap. Okay, so I'm just gonna
Let's
fire
go.
off my 2 Eldritch.
Come on, baby.
First one is a lot.
A lot.
Was that 24?
20.
My
Yeah,
favorite
there you
word.
go.
A lot. I like a lot.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot.
First one's not much.
That's not bad. 9.
9 points.
Nice.
We've got to be really close.
Come on, baby.
Second hit.
That's not good.
Ooh, that's a 10 to hit.
That does not hit.
Oh,
Fudge monkeys.
okay. I don't have any good bonus actions. I'm gonna run right towards him,
Okay.
and I don't think my mobile allows me to bonus action run.
You're at 40, is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
There.
Dice suck, Danny.
Mine were the ones that rolled 2s. Mine were the ones that rolled 2s. You rolled the 1s. Get the crap out of here.
Okay.
Alright, longbow.
Bear, you're up.
I think all I can do is just run 60 feet. I know I'm not gonna get anywhere close, but I
Yeah,
will
you
stay
gotta
like
jump down.
off the path.
Oh, okay. Just
Yeah.
run along the.
Yeah, just straight up 60 feet. I think that's really all I can do. Yeah.
Okay. Valen.
Ooh, I still wouldn't be able to do that. I mean, I'm gonna have to run too. Can't wait. So I'm gonna go ahead and move my 55 for my regular.
Okay. Along the forest or onto the road? How you doing?
Yeah, onto the road.
Okay.
Man. Alright, let me look at this real quick. That's not what. Okay, so I will go ahead and spend a key point to do Step of the Wind to get another 55 feet.
Woo!
Okay.
Let me go ahead and mark that off.
Tough shot.
Okay, so I'm like 85 feet away from him. So with my crossbow, it's 83-20. So over 80, I'm going to be shooting at disadvantage.
80. What is it?
80 and 320.
Yes, then disadvantage.
Yeah.
And honestly, in the darkness here without dark vision,
I'm going to be
That
doing
disadvantage
disadvantage anyway.
The most
So-
I can go is 120.
Well, might as well go for it.
Yeah.
Take a shot, or take a couple of shots. Rolled a nat 20 and an 18.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty good.
So I hit on that first one. I'm pretty
Pretty
sure
far.
it's a 26.
Knock him out, John.
8. 7 points of damage on the first one.
sorry. Okay. What did you hit with?
26.
Yeah.
And then 7 points of damage.
Okay. So you let loose your bolt and you see it streak through the air, and you barely see just this dark shape or whatever suddenly go.
My second Eldritch Blast would have got.
Sure would have. Sure would
Well,
have.
Close, yeah.
Then I will make my second shot because he's still incapacitated. So I get a
Correct.
straight roll on this one.
Yeah.
All right, on the wolf.
Coup de grace.
That is
You should get an advantage.
Well, he's at disadvantage.
dark vision. It's dark.
But you're like right on top of it,
Yeah,
right?
does that matter if I'm right on top of him?
He's within a few feet. He's within like 10, 15
No,
feet.
you're fine to shoot from there.
Yeah,
If
but
you're-
I'm a.
Within melee, shooting within melee gets tricky.
But with dark vision or no dark vision, am I still at disadvantage on the wolf?
that's
or
what I
whatever?
was just trying to look up.
Because you'd have advantage from it
Because
being
he's
incapacitated.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, you wouldn't.
He's
Wow.
sitting still. He's
When
not going to
the
move.
prone-
Oh, that's right,
disadvantage
prone.
with a ranged weapon.
But is incapacitated and prone not the same thing,
Yeah,
right?
He's not prone.
He's just
He's
incapacitated.
He can't move.
He's like,
He's stunned.
yeah,
Okay.
Basically, yeah.
sort of.
But good point.
Yeah, I was like, if he's incapacitated, isn't he
Right.
right down?
Well, the narration was he did not lay down.
Yeah, he just kind of like,
He hunched.
yeah.
yeah,
He's like,
He's tensing right now.
like me. I'm so tense right now.
That's probably too like got you a little stressed.
None of
I
us
was,
were prepared for
I was
it.
not prepared to fight
Yeah.
yet.
I mean, had to pull up a map on the fly. So.
Yeah. I was emotionally not prepared to fight.
Yeah.
emotional damage.
How roll you, Sir Doug?
I'm fine either way.
Have you already rolled?
I did, but I was gonna see if I'll roll again to see if I get that 20. I rolled a 17 on my street roll.
Well, let's see. It doesn't really say.
You can just make a ruling, and I'm fine with that. And we can figure it out later.
Because you're at nighttime without light at the
Yeah.
moment, and so I am going to say, since you don't have dark vision, basically the way it'll work is because it's technically considered heavily obscured, sort of, but you're not. It's nighttime. You're not totally blinded. What I'll do is I'll say, look, you can. I'm not going to retcon what happened, but so for future reference, basically what's going to happen is you can attack up to 30 feet out with disadvantage.
Okay.
Beyond that, you're not going to be able to see.
Okay.
Like a blinded, except for the immediate vicinity around you,
Okay.
that you can kind of see. In which case, you shouldn't have even been able to attack that guy. But
Yeah.
Okay.
I see.
I'm not gonna retcon everything that's been happening with that because you guys back there wouldn't have been able to see what was happening, or you wouldn't.
I
anyway.
wouldn't have, yeah.
Oh, I
He
just
would
told
have.
you. I just told you guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So I'm not going to try to untangle all that, but for future reference, that's going to happen.
Okay, over 30 feet, I can't-
You can attack the wolf at disadvantage.
he's incapacitated, so it's just a straight roll, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I rolled a 16 for that.
Okay.
Or 17.
Alright, 16 hits.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, 7 points of damage again.
Okay. 17.
17 was to hit. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And 7 points of damage.
7 points. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Alright. You see it whimper again and flinch as the bolt sinks into its shoulder. It's still just like trying to shake off whatever's happening in its mind.
That's it. That's my turn.
Okay, back to Asura.
I'm going to go up. It's still incapacitated, correct?
Yes.
I'm just gonna go up to it and take out my.
Does that mean you get advantage?
To
Yeah.
go up to it.
No,
To
it
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna grab my Kopesh and just.
Love it.
Fucking rogues.
That's gonna be a 18 to hit.
18 hits.
Plus this guy. No, it's 6. That is going to be 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 damage.
17.
Alright.
Alright. It is
Oh, no, 17, 18, 19, 20. Sorry, 20 damage.
20. Okay.
Yes.
All
I
right.
only counted sneak attack. I didn't even count the actual attack of the weapon.
I know.
I was like, wait a minute. I was like, that's low.
That's a little low.
20 points.
I get 1 hit.
This doesn't feel right.
Alright. With that, it goes down.
Sweet.
Yes.
You are hearing the sound of shouting and dogs barking and such in the distance. You're not sure how far out.
You said go.
I am going
They're
to.
obviously coming your way.
Yeah, I'm going to. How much can I heft the guy that I took out onto the horse? My horse.
The guy? Yeah, probably.
All right,
Sure.
I'm going to heft him onto the horse and send that horse flying back the way we came.
Okay. I want you to do an animal handling check because you stabbed it and
You just stabbed
a
it.
ways away from you.
You did make
you
an
gotta,
enemy.
you gotta be
I
able
did
to.
make an enemy of that animal.
Mhm.
What am I doing? Animal handling?
After you put a rock in its shoe.
After I did, yeah. I really made this animal.
horse is pissed
Yeah,
off.
plus
Like,
one
what the
animal
hell?
handling.
He's not
That's a
catching.
4.
No.
Yeah, no. It runs as soon as you start approaching. Like it is
Great.
just taking off.
Then I am grabbing that guy by the body and I am dragging him into the woods. And I just tell the boys, get in the woods.
Why are you dragging the body?
Because we can't have anyone see the body.
Yep. I'm grabbing the one that I'm closest to.
You grab the dire wolf. Because you
Are we taking him with us?
We're taking him into the woods.
Okay.
Hiding it.
All right.
Okay.
Trying to.
I want you to make an athletics check for me because this is a very
I
large
know.
beast, and you're trying to do it fast.
Can
so-
I help?
Yep.
Like try to carry it
Sure.
with her? Okay, so you do it at advantage.
Say athletics.
Yeah.
Woohoo! 23. Seriously.
Oh, that was a natural one. I'm like, oh.
I can't.
Okay, so you took the guy's body, you two took the dire wolf, and you said you're taking the other guy?
Yeah, I'm taking the other guy in the woods.
Okay.
Is it like snowy on the road?
Yeah, I mean a bit. It's obviously traveled, but there's
Okay.
snow on the ground.
Okay.
But does it?
Is it red?
Yeah, that's true too.
Is it wet?
Red.
Yeah, are we
Yes.
gonna
I mean, we can try to throw them in the woods, but we need to go.
Yeah.
There are dogs. They're
Yeah.
gonna smell these
Let's
bodies.
just we can throw them in the woods and that's fine. Maybe throw them off the scent for a little
Yeah.
bit, but
Yeah.
then let's just
I think we
go.
should just go.
Yeah.
be leave the bodies where they are and run?
Well, like we already got them, so let's pull them
Yeah.
off the rope and let's just go.
Yeah.
If I think Pass Without Trace is still up,
It's still up, yeah.
so
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so you
didn't do
toss
it.
the bodies off the road
Mhm.
into the side of the road, and then you're trying to pull back and
we're going towards the village.
We're gonna make a loop.
Yeah.
So we're
so
gonna
just kinda
start
going into the forest.
because he and I are not passed without a trace right now.
Well, you will be if you
Or
go
are you
within
coming back
range.
together? Or what are you doing?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
if So when he cast it, we were not part of the cast. So if we get close to him, are we suddenly part of the cast?
You're in that aura.
Or does he need to recast again in order for us to be considered part of the aura?
I think it's an ongoing thing with
Yeah.
the
What
aura.
does your psychic lance throw that off?
Nope. I didn't break concentration. I didn't use
Technically,
any
you could've
concentration
casted
spells.
it, and then we could have broken
That's why I
the
do the
distance,
lance.
and
Like
then when we
concentration,
come back,
right.
it does reinitiate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's just an aura kind of deal.
This is an aura, yeah.
Okay, then we're gonna drag the bodies off, get close, and we're going to pass without a trace.
Yeah, for the duration, each
Okay.
creature you choose within 30 feet. I'd say that'd be fine if you enter the
Yeah, 30 feet range
30
of
feet
me.
range, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That was my question. I was under the impression I would not be considered.
Okay,
part
so you
of the class.
toss them and you're pulling back into the woods together, trying
Yep.
to
And we're
escape them.
gonna like basically
Try to hide or
stay
escape.
how far we are away, like basically do like a loop around.
Yeah, so as we hear the sound come up, we're gonna try to loop the sound so that we don't pass them.
But are we trying to get behind them, or are we heading towards the village?
We're still heading towards the village.
Yeah.
We're trying to get behind them, but we
Just
don't
get
want to
off the
be
path
we don't
and-
want to be passed directly through this.
Yes.
As we're hearing it, we're looping and then getting into the woods to come in
Okay.
to try to avoid all the sound.
Okay.
They'll all be away from the gates while we just walk right through, because they're all out there checking.
Yeah, they're all
Don't
free.
take credit for this one. This was a fuck up, and you know it.
Oh, I better.
Dude. I'm really good, just not when it counts.
Yeah.
Only when we're talking to each other do our lies.
So only when you're lying to the party.
Yeah.
You convince me whatever you want.
Yep. Oh, it's
Okay. So, you guys pull off into the woods, moving quickly but stealthily. So I need you all to roll stealth checks.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Oh, fuck. That's what Trace is
With that, yeah, plus 10.
Yeah. Yep. That's how it's still going.
Uh oh. He has his hand on his forehead.
Did you net one?
In that one.
Jesus!
Dude!
Why is it every time we're
Easy.
I need a high five.
Don't
Welcome to
leave.
the
Why
party.
is it that every time we're trying to do something important?
Somebody
Somebody-
that one. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I've had my fair share.
I cannot
We've
believe
all done
that.
it. We've all done it.
Okay.
Unreal. For these moments.
I was close. I was 2 away.
I've been perfectly fine.
Yep.
All I had is not roll a one.
Just win the other number.
All right.
Oh.
Please,
Stoic.
for all that is good. let this
22.
number count.
Sarah.
40.
Bear.
14.
And
31.
31.
Yeah.
Please let this number count.
What do you?
I rolled a natural 19. I need it to count. I need my
Oh.
40. I need my 40 to do any sort of good right now.
The fact that we both rolled above 30, I think helps, and you rolled above a 20.
That passed out a trace.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strong.
Yep.
Only that one really sucks.
She's gonna leave you behind.
I'm the one creating the aura.
I know.
How is
You're
this
the
possible?
most. You're the most important part of this.
Okay, fine. I'll go. With
I need a 40 to count for something.
Easy, just chomping through the woods, breaking branches and knocking shit over, and we're behind him, like brushing the snow. Easy, quiet.
It's like a web hit me in the face like I stepped on a branch. Just like, oh shit.
I can't take us anywhere.
No, Menagerie and me just.
We should have told them what our nickname was. We should have said, "Oh, by the way, we're the Folly."
If that influences this decision,
Yeah, if that
at all.
influences the most important person that you needed to get out of here. Don't know if that.
Earned that nickname.
I don't know if that affects you.
Many
I know-
times over.
Yeah, I know you trained us for 5 weeks where we went through emotional catharsis, but we're gonna still bumblefuck
Yep,
our way
yep,
through this.
Bubble rot, true it.
The folly of what? All the
life.
above, really.
Yeah.
The folly of
others.
insert
Yeah.
Just whatever
concept
you.
here.
Yeah. Mostly us. Yeah. Folly of ourselves.
Okay.
Practicing for your bachelor party, man.
Seriously. You've been playing with that stuff for like 2 weeks now.
It's great.
All right.
Yes, that was a drug reference.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Scar-
no,
Scarface
I
over there.
understood it was a drug reference, but it was a weird one, and I was like,
Practicing.
I was like, what?
You want to take it back to the RP?
Yes.
journey, Deb.
We're not.
Yeah, I already
Fine,
tried to
so
cast
tell me
Let's just keep it
about
there for a moment.
Let's go.
Let's go. So you guys take off through the woods, trying to be as stealthy as you can. Easy, definitely hitting some branches and things like that along the way. And you guys travel around, and you can hear in the background the sound of howling and barks and very distant sound of men shouting behind you as you try your best to get away. And as you continue to travel into this forest, trying to circle around and get away, it doesn't seem like the sounds are getting further.
No.
And you eventually reach a place where there's sort of a kind of frozen pond ahead of you, and you make your way around or make your way across, carefully, slowly, because it's hard. But get across, and then you see behind you another dire wolf, very clearly, his nose to the ground, very clearly sniffing the tracks in the snow behind you. As you see two men following behind it, burst kind of out into the open there. As you see the wolf looks up at you from across the pond and give another howl.
Okay.
Well,
So,
we don't leave tracks with Leave Without a Trace.
That's what.
Yeah, it says
we
a
don't
creature that receives a bonus behind no tracks. I mean, the scent will still be there,
Yeah.
but or other traces of its passage. But
That's good to know.
But
we don't leave tracks, but we will leave a scent.
I thought you said other traces.
It said other traces
leave-
of its passage. I don't know if that counts as smell.
Like
I
if
mean,
we-
other
if
trace
we're-
up
if
to
we're
me would
bleeding or something
yeah,
that
like
way.
blood, scent.
Hair.
Yeah, if we genuinely don't leave a trail behind us.
Unless they use magical means to track us. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to track us.
I guess if we're walking, like we were like carrying a firework, they would hear the firework. Like, no matter how well we hide, that firework's gonna go off.
yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So we're not leaving a physical trail.
Yeah, no, I would,
Okay.
I'd read that as smell too, actually.
Okay.
Um,
I wouldn't quite tell if that was that.
That's a trace of passage, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. In which case, yeah, it actually wouldn't happen.
Because I could tell we were about to roll initiative again.
And I did not want that.
That is how they were tracking you. So that it wouldn't happen.
Close.
Oh boy.
So as you continue to travel,
goof that bad.
Easy
Yeah,
for the
that's what
player.
You're fine.
It's so clutch. Like every single time.
Oh my goodness. Oh Lord.
I was about to go, what, my 40 didn't count for anything?
okay.
Give me emotional whiplash. But I also appreciate you very much because I know you're literally on the fly figuring this out.
Yeah, this is great. It's great.
Only one. I can only concentrate on one.
Okay, so you do eventually, as you
I think so.
travel through the forest, you do start to hear the sounds kind of fading into the background. As you continue, and the further away you get from the road, the more those sounds kind of disappear. So you continue on. Let's see. So
Technically, I could do 3.
okay, so easy. As you guys circle out from the, far enough away to be safe, you have to go a decent distance, kind of circling outward into the forest, which means, I would say probably after about 20 minutes of headed back, kind of curving back towards the village, is when your pass without a trace is going to run out.
Got it. Okay.
For another 20 minutes or so, you think,
Yeah.
of walking before you reach
Gotcha.
the village.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
I think we need to pass without a trace into the city itself, into the town itself. I don't know if that's going to cause you problems. I don't know what you have allotted for,
What level spell is that?
but
It's a second level. I can do it.
but I think we need to remain
Yes.
Okay.
all the way into town, especially now that we've alerted the city.
That's true, yeah. Alright. Here we go again. Emotions.
Thank you.
I CPR the ground. So, okay,
Bring it back, Jim.
Do we roll again?
Yeah, since he recast and you stopped for a moment, let's go ahead and do your checks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. We're doing stealth.
Another stealth check.
There's one number you can't roll. There's only one.
Only one. Alright, that was much
That's
better.
a much lower roll, but it's still a 32.
Yeah. So I could do.
Okay. What'd you get, Easy?
26. Stealth.
23.
Okay.
32.
22.
31.
One.
We got that one.
Mm-hmm. I could do it for the third, fourth,
It says it fit.
fifth, and three. Man, that's a lot of stuff to use.
Hold on to it. Because if we
Are we
get out
still
of the
in,
city
like,
and
like,
we
get
can
out of
take
combat
loss
mode?
5 plus
I think so. I mean,
yeah.
For the moment, sort of, kinda, like it's.
mass casting fly.
Mass casting fly.
Just doing math. We're trying to figure
We're
out.
trying to see if we could pull it off.
Would that be called masting? Mass casting?
I don't know if I like that.
I don't either.
I felt wrong.
No, I felt real bad.
I don't. Why does masting feel very wrong to say?
It does, doesn't
It
it?
sounds real
I
bad.
don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah, because all I can think is like they have mass at church, and you're masting when you go, and that sounds weird.
No,
That's not what I was thinking
that's
about
not what I was thinking about either.
That's where my brain went even to start that journey.
But it's odd that you think you have the same like as what we have of masting.
Different way.
But I think we were all
We
collectively
have
thinking
the
Yeah.
same thing.
something else.
Yeah.
Yep.
Listen, we share a brain cell between the three of
On
us.
this side of the table,
I need
yeah.
it back sometimes. Okay.
Sorry. I know, I take it full advantage of it.
Okay.
Not well, but I take full advantage of it.
So, there are a couple more moments as you guys are traveling where you have to stop and lay low as another patrol comes by with their dire wolf sniffing, and you see they are very alert. They are very intentionally looking. These are alerted guards that are very intently trying to find someone. And so, but you managed to pass by without event, managing to successfully pass quite a few perception checks there.
Yes.
You're man easy.
Oh my goodness.
And so you eventually reach the edge of town, where you can see, it's a town mostly, headed to sleep and quiet streets, illuminated periodically by torches, and just kind of quiet. As you've noticed, there's less. Especially you, since you're the one who spent the most time in a town in the past 5 weeks, that as night falls, there's not as much night activity as other towns. Not that there's a ton in other towns anyway, but less so. Like, it's not an official curfew, but there's definitely suspicion of people out about at night, and they kind of want to keep their heads down and out of trouble. So, as you reach the edge of town, I assume you're just going to continue on.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to find kind of like alleys or like shadowy areas that look less there's not patrols immediately there. Like, try to weave my way into finding where that location is that I'm supposed to be.
Yes.
Okay.
Probably keeping a close tail on her.
Because at this point, I've gathered towns are they kind of built similar, like in accordance with like general layouts. Like there's not a lot of uniqueness.
Not necessarily. I mean, at least not where you're at now. You visited a couple towns in Femoria and in Maple Bay, and Femoria is more organized. There's something clearly culturally speaking that they are just a very organized people, but not so much in other towns. The other towns are more like what you're used to, where it's a little more chaotic as it expands. And so where you're at now, I would say is somewhere between the two. It's like you're not exactly you're kind of you're technically in Femoria, but you're kind of on the edges, so it's like there's more blur of culture and that sort of thing, and there's I would say, let's see, what would this be? I'll do just do a straight intelligence check with a pretty low DC. No, I'll let it be a stealth check. Just a straight stealth check for this one. It's not really a pass without trace thing. This is for your knowledge, like kind of going back into your knowledge of trying to navigate a city.
25.
Okay.
I was like, it was 16 for intelligence, 25 for stealth.
Okay. Okay. So, you eventually, as you make your way through these mostly empty streets, there are some people here and there, and you do see some of the Crown's Guard that you have seen more regularly in the towns of Lyrandil than you saw in previous towns. Most of them have some sort of guard, but there's definitely more military presence in here. But with your stealth checks, you're able to, and her guidance, you're able to eventually kind of stay in the shadows and stay out of notice as you eventually reach a fairly nondescript building that appears to be a cobbler of some sort for shoe and boot repair and that sort of thing. And you reach the door.
And knock on the door.
Okay. And you can see there is glass, but there's curtains closed and no light inside. But eventually, after a moment, you hear a voice on the other side of the door saying, what do you want?
Are these the lines that I'm supposed to say?
Mm-hmm.
A pine that does not burn.
What? What are you talking about?
Keep going.
A pine forest. I cannot read your. A pine forest the sun cannot touch.
I'm trying to sleep. I don't know what you're talking about. You crazy? Get out of here.
But I'm not lost in the forest. I can't tell you how excited I am for mild espionage.
Mild espionage.
My little part of my soul is just like cheering.
You see a small dwarvish figure open the door and very quickly look on either side of you and then wave you in without a word quickly.
We move.
Fast.
As you get in, as a note, what do you guys do with your horses? You got a lot of horses.
We left them before we got to that first.
The only one horse that was around was the one that she.
Yeah, I walked one
harassed.
horse.
Yeah.
The rest of them we had
Okay, you left them out in the.
in that wooded area out in the beyond.
I think even before, well before where we were when we engaged
past
with
it
the guards.
20
Like, it was
minutes.
20 minutes before that.
Did 20, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because we've been walking past without a trace to get up to
Yes.
those guards.
So they're roughly an hour outside of town.
-1 now. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
minus
Minus
one.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, so as he motions you in and shuts the door and locks it again, and then without a word, he just walks towards the back. Which I assume you follow.
Yes.
Keeping
He-
quiet as
Yeah.
a mouse.
Yeah. We're not saying a word.
He leads you to the back, and eventually he leads you into a kind of storage area, and he takes a moment to remove a variety of things from a chest, and then shoves the chest that seems pretty heavy, but he seems pretty, strong and stocky for what he is, and he moves it to the side, revealing a hatch that he opens, and then kind of stands to the side and nods.
Okay. Yep.
Go in.
Okay. Down below, you see just basically a few connected rooms. It looks like just kind of a small underground area of four rooms, just kind of connected by doorways all the way around. And one of them appears to be some sort of crude kitchen area. One of them with some bedrolls, one of them with some couches and whatnot, and another with a table and chairs. And currently pretty empty, except for one kind of what looks like a little bit older half-elf who kind of stands up and kind of looks you over, and he's like, hello?
Hello. We're here for Alanya.
I see.
The Ruby Judge is coming.
We know. Very aware. The rest of us are out trying to gently spread word to give people time to try to get out of the city.
Unfortunately, the guards are highly alert right now.
I see. That could be a problem. She's not here.
Do you know where she is?
I don't. She's a bit unpredictable. We didn't even know she was going to be here, but that's just how she is. If I had to guess, she might be somewhere near the house fire. I would start there.
Where is the house fire right now?
It's toward the northern side of the town.
Is this a name or is this an actual house upon fire?
It is actually on fire.
Great.
Follow smoke.
Follow
Yeah.
smoke.
All right.
And you're-
I'm sorry to say that our mission is only Alanya.
That's all right. We all know our place, and she needs to get out.
Please take care of yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of people and there are lots of dire wolves.
Please take care of her. Find her. And get her out.
Is she stubborn? Do we have to convince her to come with us?
I don't know if stubborn is really a word that applies to someone like her. She does what she does. I think you'll understand better after you meet her.
Thank you.
Okay.
If she does get here before us, find a way to get us connected as quickly as possible. We don't have a lot of time to get out of town.
All right.
Do you have a back way out of here that leads to maybe to an alley?
I believe so, yes. Yes.
We can take that way.
Yes.
Yeah, I can go out
Sure.
front again.
Yeah.
All right. And he does direct you to where the house is, like
Okay.
how to
Yeah.
get there.
Okay.
It basically says like, follow the light and smoke. You'll know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Godspeed with you.
So,
I take
Do-
lead on
yeah.
getting us
Do
to
the
out-
alleyways again.
Do the alleyways again.
Yep.
To
all right.
be as quiet as possible.
Okay. Roll another stealth check for
Do
everyone.
we still have Pass Without a Trace?
I think so, don't we?
I think so.
Let's
It's a pretty
see.
short combo.
I would say at the moment, yeah.
Okay.
This is probably going to take you. I would say you probably have by the time you get there, I'd say you maybe have about 10 minutes left
Okay.
on it.
At the house fire?
Yeah, by the time you reach here. Assuming you get there, you would have about
We'll see, yes.
10 minutes left. So, what'd you get?
16.
You needed it too. 15.
I rolled low.
27.
Okay.
20.
29.
Okay.
So you rolled a 5.
I rolled a 7.
4.
No, then that's 20. Sorry, that's 28, not 27. Because 11, 18, 28.
Okay.
I can math, I promise.
Okay.
I didn't read it as plus 10 instead of plus 11.
All right. As you guys make your way through town, trying to stick again to the back alleys and dodging, guards and trying to escape notice of people as much as you can. As you get closer, you eventually see there is some sort of light coming from the direction that that you can kind of see just over the buildings, like the aura of light. That's obviously more than any kind of torch or anything of that nature. But strangely, it's sort of a white light that is not consistent. And as you make your way, you start to see a little bit more commotion and activity of people. And eventually you finally exit out of an alley, and you can see there's like a small canal that's kind of been built into the in between streets between you and the house, but there's like a little bridge, and you can see just on the other side of the bridge a house on fire, fully engulfed in black and white flames.
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
Well,
And
Been
you
a while.
see
Right place.
on the other side of the canal is just a very small group of people kind of watching. And you see in the middle of the group, you see a woman in a kind of long, simple gray dress, kind of flickering in the white light, with reflective silver hair pulled back, like not entirely like a ponytail, but like the top part kind of pulled back as the rest of her hair kind of cascades down her back, with just a slight curl to it. You can only see from the back, but even as the moment you lay eyes on her, you feel like this woman is different. And it's illustrated by the fact that as she stands there in the kind of the middle of the street, silhouetted against the fire, looking at the building, everyone else is giving her a little bit of a berth. Like, not necessarily, it's almost like you almost get the intention, it's almost unconscious, but they are not standing in a crowd around her like they are everyone else.
Like reverence, right?
Are these just random townspeople, or do they look?
Yeah, they look like mostly just commoners, like just people in the town, just kind of gathered by the prospect of a house on fire. And so, do you approach?
yeah.
I'm gonna make sure my hood is very firmly secured.
Yeah, we'll approach.
Yep.
I'm gonna approach like I'm, what the hell is going on? Like, keeping the same energy as the rest of the people who are like staring and looking at what's happening.
I want
Okay.
to slide up to the back of the group of people.
Okay.
And keep watch from there to see if guards are coming up towards the crowd or.
Okay.
If you do that on one side, I'll
Make a
post-
perception check
I'll
then.
post up on the other side of the crowd.
Okay, you too.
I don't know why I volunteer for this crap.
Hey!
That's a 5. Not
I don't know why
Okay.
I volunteered.
I mean, I'm keenly aware of what's surrounding me right now as I come up to her,
Okay.
and like keeping an eye out for any motion that looks like anybody other than commoners just looking at
Well,
us.
perception check
It's
as
a
well.
nat 20 though, so it over
Perception is
It trumps
gonna
the-
be
That's amazing.
the minus or whatever
11,
it
so it's
is.
gonna be a 26.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm gonna come up to her.
Okay. So you kind of you walk up to her, which gets a couple of glances from the crowd that's been kind of staying about 10 feet out from her, basically, kind of like curious of you, this figure approaching someone that they're keeping their distance from.
And I'm just gonna stand staring at the fire for the moment, and then just glance at her and see if she looks at me.
So as you glance at her, as you walk up and glance at her, you see her turn and look you straight in the eye, and you see a woman with just slightly darker than white skin, just ever so slightly, with this sort of dusky look and this sort of kind of darker, not eyeliner, but just kind of like these kind of darker eyes, like the seem to reflect the fire as she turns and looks at you, and she's very beautiful and has this sort of exotic look to her that's kind of hard to place. And as she looks at you, you suddenly feel self-conscious. You are suddenly aware of everything that you're wearing, how you're standing, how you're looking at her and what you're looking at. You are suddenly aware of how you feel at the moment and the emotions that you're going through at this moment, and the situation and the people around you, and how you feel about everything around you. You just seem suddenly self-aware, and she kind of like cocks her head curiously, and she says, "And who might you be?"
Your escort. We must go.
"And who sent you?"
Tonight? What's his name? It just left my brain.
Adris.
Idris, Ildris, Ardris.
Adris.
What's his name?
Adris.
There's too many names. I have like
It's
too many.
Adris.
Adris.
You don't trust Jeff.
It's Adris.
Well, generally you don't have it written down. So Idris. Well, tonight. Okay, so I'm gonna say tonight, a man close by. When we first arrived, a man in his own dimension.
So you're the help I ordered.
Unfortunately,
Why do you say that?
we're the rookie squad.
Are you?
Yep. I'm suddenly so self-conscious.
She's being modest. We're not rookies.
And she turns her gaze on you, and you can't help, like, it's odd. It's not the aggressive, piercing through you feeling that you get from Hadressa. It's just self-aware, and you can't help but feel a little bit of relief as she turns her gaze onto you, who you are now suddenly like
God, didn't work out this morning.
aware of. Yeah, exactly, like how you stand and how you feel and how you feel after riding all day, and like, how do you smell and how do you like just all kinds of things, like just how you feel about this situation and what you're facing and where you're at and what you're doing in Lyrandil, and all sorts of thoughts are crossing through your mind at the moment.
Yeah. We're like slightly above a rookie. We've done stuff like this before. Like, yeah. So, ready to go? I'm Bear.
It's nice to meet you, Bear. As you probably know, I'm Alanya.
Well, thanks for saying so, but yeah, it was good to meet you too, yeah.
What do you think of this? She gestures to the house.
Not good.
This is terrifying.
Did it just start? Like today?
It's been burning for 2 days. And has not lessened.
It won't.
That is what I fear.
If anything touches it, it will grow and will not stop.
They have discovered that, as even the water tossed on it burns.
That's unfortunate that they tried that, but why wouldn't they?
I don't know how to contain it. And my mission is you. But my mission is also that. And I don't know what is more important right now.
I mean, we can't do anything about it.
But if they have access to that, they can destroy this whole country.
Well, there is much we do not know of what this is as of yet. But it seems to be unworkable when it's been let loose like this. There seems to be some difference between a contained form and a let loose form, as I'm sure you've been told.
The only containment I've ever seen required the host.
Well, you did see
It's not jarred.
You did see it in the necklace around
Oh, that is
Greenwood's
true.
neck
That
that,
is
you
true.
gave,
True.
that you gave to Anduriel.
Okay.
Sure.
The one that Hadrasa wanted.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a vessel big enough for that.
For the time being, I'm not sure we can do anything about it, but it was good that you saw it.
Do you know how it started or who did this?
I don't know if we have time for that conversation right
Yeah,
now.
that's fair.
As you're talking, you notice the crowd kind of starting to disperse.
We need to
wander off.
disperse right now. Please.
Are you ready to go?
At your behest.
All right.
Yes.
I want to get us back into the shadows as
Are we
quickly as
going back
possible.
to the alley?
Yeah, I want to get us back into
Yeah.
the alleys as quickly as
As the-
possible.
And
Yeah.
kind of flow with the crowd, and as they get close to like the alley.
Well, you notice, like, they had started dispersing as you guys were talking. Just, and it's odd. It's almost like they just sort of like
Left.
just started wandering off and dispersing. And as you guys turn to leave, you see her stop for a moment and turn back toward the house, and you see this just to the side in the house next to it. You see there's like a little like ledge up on the house, and you see a humanoid figure laying on the ledge and just sort of like doing some sort of weird hand symbols, just kind of lazily, like not sure what's going on. And as she and you look, you hear this voice sort of ring out and says, well, aren't you a curious bunch? Curious. And who might you be? I wonder.
Is it like an audible voice or is it like in our head?
No, it's audible, but it seems to be carrying out over the
I'll just touch my butt and be like, don't respond, don't engage.
Oh, but that's terribly rude. I'm just trying to have a conversation. Don't you want to talk?
I just grab onto Alania's arm, and I look up at her to see what she wants to do.
And as you do, you feel intensely aware of the hand on it that you place on her arm. And it's like an odd feeling, it's not like electricity, but it's like a force of awareness. Like, you almost get distracted from anything else, like, as you touch it.
Oof. Just become aware of that mole on the back of your hand.
Yeah, I should get that checked.
There is something very wrong with him.
Usually is.
You hear him say, like, oh, wrong. Wrong and right and everywhere in between. But you're not answering my question. So rude, so rude.
So rude you didn't introduce yourself.
Well, I asked first. There's an order to these things. You should know.
I just start walking back
Right,
the way we
right,
came.
yeah.
I don't say a word. I don't try to talk to this person. I just start. I don't want to move my hand from her, but my hand feels I didn't realize how sweaty my palms get when I get anxious, and so now I'm like, oh, am I sweating too much in her sleeve right now? And so I eventually start to move my hand away from her, and I try to make sure she's walking with me.
All right. As you turn to start to walk, you see another figure step out into the pathway behind you, and you hear the same voice from it saying, oh, are you going so soon without the pleasant formalities?
Is he a humanoid that basically appeared out of nowhere?
You're not sure. He kind of stepped out of shadows, kind of out of the, it's nighttime still, and but as he steps into it, you see somebody who is, he's wearing kind of this simple leather armor with these kind of simple leather breeches and boots. Nothing unusual except that it is been dyed or stained or painted or something of this kind of patchwork red and black, where it's pockets are black, and then the belt itself is red, and just this weird.
And the color scheme of the.
Yeah, sort of, but not with the clean intentionality that you've seen in the uniforms of the Crown so far. It's almost like a mockery of it in a sense, but you see this man with kind of pale features, not a very attractive man at all, with this sort of bulbous nose and kind of narrow, kind of longish face, with this hair just kind of slicked back, dark hair as he kind of looks at you with this kind of perpetual almost grin, not quite a grin, but almost, as he's kind of looking over you, his eyes kind of darting over you as he talks, and he says, you came to look. Why not talk?
We are sorry. We are just trying to get back to our home. We heard about the fire. We wanted to come see it, but now we would like to go home. We are sorry for being out past our curfew.
Oh, you came to look. What did you think?
It's very bright and smoky. I think, yes.
Bright and away you are not.
Anyway, again, I apologize. Guys, you ready to go? Can we hit the road?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Not yet. No.
And why not?
Who are you? Who are you?
We're the people.
Well, your people, yes, 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 your people. I can see that, I can, but what people?
The people.
I get the impression you're not being straightforward with me. Why is that, I wonder?
Because you're creepy and it is late.
Oh, that's not very nice.
We don't know.
To
who
call
you
me
are.
creepy?
Mm-hmm.
What?
We don't know who you are or what you want, and we know what we want, and that is to.
What
go
I
to
want
bed.
to know is who you are.
We've told you.
You've told me nothing. And it's very, very... And you see another one step out aside, like kind of out from behind a tree that's been lining in the area here. And it says, that looks exactly the same as him. It says,
Cool.
irritating.
What's on the roof?
Still there.
It's still there?
Yeah, on the roof, it's hard to see from here because he's
Breakfast for
he's
me.
like in the dark, but the silhouette looks similar.
I just look up at her again, even though I know she's gonna make me feel so self-conscious.
Uh-huh.
Ma'am, I'm not sure how to handle this situation, and we need to go.
I don't think you should go without at least a friendly conversation.
Well, we're not much for conversations in this group.
Well, then I think you should just stay. Yeah.
I think that I prefer to
I
leave.
think there are people who want to meet you. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe you'll talk to them. Hmm?
My apologies. What? Is this your work?
Oh, that.
Yes.
Oh, well, I wonder why, if it was, why I would do such a thing. Hmm?
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit, I'm curious. How did it start?
Maybe it was a little whoopsie.
I see.
Maybe it was a little accident, a complete carelessness on my part. It's possible. Maybe like something along the way of not knowing my own strength. I wonder. Or maybe I was doing some fiery justice upon those who deserved it.
And who deserves it?
Oh, there's all sorts of people who deserve all sorts of things.
I see.
They do, and... Or maybe perhaps maybe, I just wanted to see what little bugs and moths come attracted to the flame.
Bugs and moths. I see.
Were there people in that house when it was set afire?
Would you like to go in and check?
Is Alania doing anything right now?
She's just watching him very carefully.
No expression on her face at all, just kind of a blank stare.
Just sort of an intense, like, she's made it very clear there's something wrong with this guy, and she is, like, alertly looking at him.
I want to go.
I mean, I do too, but I don't think we're gonna. get the option here. Will you let us pass?
Pass?
Yes, back to where we came from.
Oh, I don't think that'll do it all. No. I think you're being obtuse. A little hiding of things and the sort, and I don't like that sort of thing. And I like things to be nice and open, to be able to see what I'm dealing with. And you are not. And so I think you should stay. I think there's a lovely woman who would want to speak to you very soon.
Look around to you guys.
Come on.
What are you guys doing? Like, I'm looking around at you.
Well, you see again another one across the canal, kind of step out,
We're up to 4 now.
and you see above you on a house, kind of leaning out from overside. You see another of this same figure
Yep.
poke out and say, "You should stay."
How can I get her out?
We can have a backup plan, but it's not going to work in this confined space. Sir, you seem the type to enjoy games.
Games?
Puzzles.
I haven't played games in a very, 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 very long time.
You seem a very wise man. Would you like to make a deal?
Well, this should be entertaining.
You can see Bear giving
At the
fucking death
least.
glare.
I know deals are bad. But
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you doing?
We'll see about this too.
I will ask you a question, and if you answer it correctly, I will stay and answer all the questions you want. But if you answer it incorrectly, we get to go home.
What are you doing?
Right, anyway, we'll have fun.
Roll a persuasion check.
Because he seems like batshit crazy enough to play.
okay.
So that's 18.
Pretty strong.
I haven't taken a deep breath in like 15 minutes.
How about this? If I win, we'll roll a dice to decide which one of you stays. Or I'll go with you. Wherever you are going. Take me with you.
I'm looking at the rest of the group for.
Don't do it. We don't want him with us.
Do you have any other suggestions?
I mean, I've got one. Because I've got my hand on my.
I feel that's the
Yeah.
final answer.
Yeah,
So
I know. I'm trying to think of anything else.
Yeah.
And it should be a question that I could reasonably answer. Have to have a chance.
of course.
I'll be very upset if it's not a fair game. I expect fairness.
Sure.
This is a nation of fairness, after all.
Have your fun.
What do you call a man with no shadow?
What do you call a man with no shadow? Very curious indeed. I've known many a men who turned out to be an illusion. They cast no shadow. No shadow, no shadow, no shadow. A most interesting question.
I'm gonna try and sneak away. Just like, come
There's
on.
like 6 of them.
We're surrounded
Yeah.
on many levels.
A man without a shadow would be quite unusual. It would be evidence of something wrong, maybe even not real. And so I think, in short, my answer would be screwed.
He's not wrong.
I assure you, sir, I am not. And I look down at my feet.
Interesting. So you're screwed.
I can assure you who he hasn't been.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is real. Yeah, it's not illusion.
But thank you for playing.
While this conversation's happening, I want to kind of lean and whisper to Easy. Is this magic? Like, and the like, kind of nodding to the 6.
Right, all the other
Yeah.
duplicates of him.
Yeah.
Would I have any knowledge of a
Roll an
spell?
Arcana check.
An Arcana check?
You got it. Roll that Arcana check.
Nat 20!
Okay.
And I don't know what I would add to that, but
Plus a lot.
Yeah.
plus a lot. I think I
Isn't
have a
your
plus
Arcana
9.
Yeah.
What if it's a -1?
No, it's
That
plus
would be
9,
ironic.
so 29.
Wizard who doesn't know Arcana.
Yeah, 29.
You see, as you're kind of looking around, they do look, and you at the start of this conversation, you kind of take a look and notice they are casting shadows. They do seem to be real, at least real enough. And
Okay.
you've heard of really advanced magic that can duplicate people, at least to a degree or some point. But as you watch and you see, as you kind of look around, as this conversation's happening, you notice a few others kind of stepping out of places.
Yep.
You haven't seen or heard of anything quite at this level, like this many
Melt.
in one place. And so it's kind of putting two and two together with this, and if he is the one who caused this fire, it's like you've heard about what dark fire allows you to kind of go beyond in unknown ways at the moment, like unknown of what, basically you get the idea that this is probably something beyond natural magic. And you're not sure exactly what it means or exactly what they can do, but the one spell you do know of is like basically they're almost like a duplicate and can even do spells if they're like a wizard of some sort, for example. They could even cast spells for the original.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
I just take her arm again, even though I know that I'm going to be like, my palms are so sweaty right now.
Your arms are heavy.
My arms are heavy. I
Yeah.
remember once that a woman I used to imagine to be my mother made me spaghetti.
Right.
And I just escort her. I'm now just walking. I'm not waiting for anybody else. I'm going.
Yeah.
And
I guess you convey some of that. To
I
me.
convey.
If you
This
pick
is
up-
something that is very powerful.
And if you pick up the original, the rest go. Do you
That's
know?
so sure.
Okay.
And he, as you start to turn and walk, the figure behind you kind of steps in front of you and says, "Oh no, wait! I didn't say when you could pass."
I just look at the group. Are we ready to do this? And like have my hand on my blade.
Yeah. Had my hand on my hilt like this whole time.
I'm
Sir.
not swimming first.
A deal was
That's
made. A deal was struck. You lost. Please move out of the way.
Oh dear. Well, oh, that's terribly I don't really care.
I just go, look, the Ruby Judge! And I start swinging.
Yeah, pull the sword out and
Okay. One thing happens as you say that from your hand on Alania's arm. You feel this surge sort of come from her and kind of surge into your arm and spread throughout your body. And you feel this sort of, it's hard to describe, but you just feel like tougher somehow. As you...
Say, why are you upset?
yeah.
Because she's not supposed to use her magic. We were explicitly told we don't want her to use magic.
You don't want to get seen.
As you gain... Let me find out.
It's not a magic. She's not a human.
I get that, but I need her to leave. I need her to be gone.
You get 9 temporary hit points
Oh.
as Bear starts swinging, and when we come back from break, we'll be rolling initiative.
Oh man.
Free spring.
Pretty
So- Sorry.
Oh, we were trying to go to thing.
Oh yeah, I knew. Yeah.
You said fine until we.
Well, because I was gonna ask him where did my shadow go, because I'm like, he's either gonna not know or he's gonna tell me.
Right.
That'd be good to know. So,
Yeah.
but then I was like, no, because then that would be obviously an unfair question. So I phrased it as a riddle.
What's
It's a good riddle, though.
Yeah, like,
That was a good
If it
riddle.
was a different guy, that would have been really clever.
if you would have said I don't know, I would have been like, I'd have made my illusion go away. Went an orc. And
Nice. All right, let's go on break real quick, and then we'll come back and start fighting.
Alrighty.
I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed.
All right, so we'll be right back. About 10 minutes. Catch you soon. All right, welcome back.
Unless you're starting right to combat.
Yeah, we're rolling initiative.
yeah,
man.
that's kind of what I figured.
Rolling.
So welcome back. Hope you had a good break. We're getting right into it. Roll initiative.
Okay.
What is Larry's initiative?
Okay.
Nice. That's pretty good. Come on, baby.
Oh, you're
Put the
back.
dice.
Throw me a map up there, please.
Yep. Let me give you
That was
what
not
you're
as
looking at here. Boom.
Ugh.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That wasn't at 20 though. When it rolled outside of the box.
Oh, was it an at 20?
It wasn't on the outside of the box.
I think we always have to re-roll. That's like the rule. If it doesn't fall within
It went
the
outside
thing.
the box.
Yeah, we need to keep it contained in the thing. So.
That's
Yeah.
Sorry,
fair.
Larry.
Larry's like, unlucky.
I mean, it fits though for Larry.
All right.
Oh, this guy sucks.
Is she on our map right now or no?
She is about to be.
Okay.
I realized I neglected to put her on there, so I'm finding a figure for her.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure this wasn't something where like she's undetectable or something.
She was just
She
an
instantly
illusion.
goes
If you want to
invisible.
roll back, I should have 15.
It works. She's gonna match her, but this will work.
But the first roll outside of the box was the nat 20. His first roll that jumped out of the box was the nat 20.
Of course he threw it out.
But it makes sense for Larry though.
What?
Like you roll a nat 20, but it can't be used, or just
Yeah.
like I don't know. You're always rolling nat 20s that.
Are fundamentally useless.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Okay, so Bear had walked up as well.
Yeah.
Stoic was
Smack
Stoic
mouth.
and Valiant
Whatever
Raiders.
he's up.
We're back on either side of the crowd here.
Yeah.
He's-
I'm pretty sure I was near the one in the alleyway.
Yeah, and the crowd disperses as you guys are having this conversation. So, all right. So, over the course of the talking, just for the sake of, you had seen a number of figures starting to emerge like this. You got the one that was laying up on top of the other one rolled down onto the street, like
Okay.
dropping down onto the street.
Seems kind of
So, in case it's hard to see, you're seeing one here, one here, one here, one here, one up on top of the building here, here, and here.
great. Wait, so I'm not within melee range of anybody at the moment?
No.
Not at the moment. Actually, I would say this one is closer because he was talking to you
Live action
You
Spawn?
had walked up a little bit
Besides
closer
just
as
the
he
movie
was talking.
Spawn?
The movie Spawn.
Oh yeah, I've seen the movie Spawn. Yeah.
You remember John Leguizamo's
And like the
little guy?
one that's currently in the
That's how I
alleyway,
see
is that
this
the alleyway we just came from?
Yeah.
With the clown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Creepy clown.
That's what I see when I think about this character.
I can dig it.
It's a creepy clown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that tongue going
Yeah,
on.
weird
Yeah.
tongue thing.
That's what he does.
Am I at all close? As soon as you started talking as that guy, it reminds me of the clown from the Spawn movie, like John Leguizamo's character.
I am familiar with the character from the comics, but I'm not familiar with the
movie?
Yeah, in the movie, dude, John Leguizamo plays him, and he does such a good job.
Yeah.
Like,
He's a creepy dude.
Yeah.
yeah,
He's terrifying.
All right.
Yeah. Unpleasant.
Let's see.
because he even talks the same way.
He does talk very similar.
Okay. All right. 20 and higher.
23. I like how you just look at me immediately.
What's your initiative?
+8.
+8. Okay.
What does that matter?
Because there's probably a tie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
He did pretty good.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Roll it again.
Me?
Oh,
It's a roll off.
So we gotta roll off. It's a roll off.
16.
Oh no.
Okay.
The camera's from here. I just put it over the
Nice.
Okay. All right. 15 or higher.
Guess I rolled a 15.
18.
8.
Okay. Okay.
You said 15.
Nice.
10 or higher. 5 or higher.
8.
9.
Okay.
Coming in.
This round's gonna hurt.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, if he goes first, then it doesn't matter what order like we go next. But yeah, this first round's gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hasuri beat him by 1.
Hot dog.
When
Hot dog.
Easy was saying about the magic, was he able to distinguish who was the origin point?
No clue.
No idea.
Where is Wavy Guy, the one that was waving from the ledge?
He is this one up here who dropped down and.
Oh, so I can't see him
Started
from my
walking
current
out.
location.
No, you can't. This is just like this is a canal about 10 feet down in water. There's like a little stairway there that goes up, but it's just a canal. Like there's like some railing, low railing, 5 feet or so. So there's pretty clear vision. Like with your dark vision, you'd be able to see him.
I'm not sure which is better, to hit Wavy Guy or to hit the guy that's currently in our alleyway to clear a path open, because I get advantage on this first roll. Do you guys have a preference who I hit first?
Nope.
Nope.
Take
I
a
think
shot.
you're
Shoot your shot.
good as good as all.
Then I'm gonna hit
always.
Wavy that's in the canal.
Okay.
God fucking damn it!
Oh. Oh.
Were the 2 not ones?
No, it was an 8 and a 2.
Oh.
7, 7, 14, 15 to hit.
Nope.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Little balls.
Song section, anything?
Yes. I can grab this lady and be like, shit, we gotta run. Fuck. This die are not being good tonight. What is wrong with you kids?
You kids are alright.
Kids are alright.
Kids are not playing.
So what are you doing? As you miss the shot, and you just you pull the shot, and you just see him as his eyes kind of lock on yours. He just kind of goes
Yeah.
Yep.
and stepping back into
I don't like that.
that kind of half grin still in place.
I'm going to look at her again and say, I was told you can't cast spells. You're not supposed to cast spells. Sorry. And I'm gonna go hide into the bushes.
Just
Okay, you're like right here.
Literally diving into the bushes.
What?
Okay.
And I'm gonna hide.
Oh, stealth check.
You can walk up.
Nat 1.
Oh my gosh! Tara, what is up with your dice?
I don't know.
Oh no.
well,
Two.
Okay.
it's okay. At least we're starting.
You need some salt
Instead
so
of
you can throw it over your
Indian.
shoulder.
Yeah.
What is wrong with my dice? All right, kids, you are.
Bring in the B squad.
What is happening?
Okay. Now
Our hands are falling off!
it is his turn.
Sorry.
You good.
I'm trying to use it. Let me see how many there.
Okay. Okay. So, you see the one kind of directly across from you on the bridge there. You know who? He says, "That was terribly rude," and you see him make some quick gestures with his hands as you see sparks start to crackle, and then he lets it go as you see a lightning arc out to you, and then arc out to Valen, and then to Easy, and then to Bear. I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws.
I think
I think I can use counterspell, am I right?
You can try.
I will. I go, not so fast.
you said that.
No.
I go, no.
So I need you to
I
make
catch it.
This is
That
higher.
would be.
This is higher than a
So you
third.
need to make
Roll.
a
Come on, you got it, dude.
ability check with your spellcasting ability.
Okay. Alright, so my spell casting is what? I can't remember. Crap. Who's my spell casting? +9, alright.
No bag juju.
Oh my.
Is it in that one?
Yes.
God damn it. We're all gonna die.
I hate this so much.
Oh no!
It's in that one.
All right.
Do you are you 10 feet of me?
Cannot believe
Easy.
I did that. I am within 10 feet of you, yes.
You get +5.
But I don't think I put anything on a nat 1, do I?
Oh,
for your
you're
saving
Your
throw.
saving throw for
You
your
have to-
dex
yeah.
save that we're all gonna have to do.
He's further. The map's bigger than it looks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dang.
He's not at 10 feet. He's
Yeah.
15.
Sir was the only one that was within 10 feet.
Well, the
She
lady.
moved.
But she
But I
moved.
moved.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Alanya is, but she didn't get hit.
So it's a dex save.
Dex save for all of you.
Okay. Come on, baby,
Okay,
come
well,
on.
evasion.
Yeah, I would be using evasion as well. Oh,
That sucks.
No,
Just
that's
wasted
not
a
good.
third level.
Well,
It's alright, because if it had
you
succeeded,
had to.
it would have
try.
been great.
Yeah.
I get it, but it's better that you tried.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Alright, so it's a dex save. Alright, gotcha. Okay. Terrible.
I hope you have good luck tonight.
Not so far.
Oh, dang it! That's right, you already failed our stealth check.
Man.
Okay.
Sucks.
Starting with you.
22.
22. That's success. So.
No damage because evasion.
Yep, that's true.
Nice.
Then it arcs to Valen.
14.
That's a fail. So you take.
I got evasion.
So that'll be half.
Yep.
Okay.
It'll be half whatever it is.
All right, so half would make it 23 points of lightning damage. It's too easy.
That's a 10.
47 points of lightning damage.
Okay. 47 points.
Bear,
Let's go.
23.
you take 23.
I'm gonna do Stone's Endurance.
Okay.
And I'm gonna reduce it by, I think it's 12. It's 9 plus.
That would have put me at 1 hit point. Had I like not been able to do anything.
Oh,
Where are you at, Stone's Endurance?
Even after you're
9 plus 3. So
No,
12.
that's not counting the 9
I reduced it by 12.
Like if it had been just like my.
So,
So
How'd you
reduce
have
it
to
by
roll
12.
something.
So
Plus
23
9
would be
to it.
11.
Plus 9 to it.
oh, I thought it
There's
said
23 reduced by 12, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, and
It's
that one's
you're
a
right,
roll
you're right,
so
you're
it's
For
right.
dex save?
11.
Yeah,
Got it.
so
Thank you.
11
No.
lightning damage.
For the spell modifier.
Oh, gotcha.
For the counter spell, for me to stop it from hitting everybody. That's huge.
Yeah.
That would have been
But
huge.
you would know this is a legit spell.
It is a very legit spell.
Oh yeah.
I know.
We've had it used on us a couple of
Chain
times.
lightning, yeah.
Chain lightning's so
This is
strong.
more than lightning. This
Yeah.
is chain lightning.
Yeah.
It's
We-
chain lightning.
Go,
chain
go,
lightning. Chain
Go
lightning,
away,
go,
chain lightning.
Chain lightning.
Everyone's
Sorry,
dead for a long chain ladder from this dude.
I'm so sorry. I'm sitting right
No, take it. You have to take those.
Alright.
So you got hit
real damn hard.
Alright.
I tried to catch it. I was like, oh! My counter spell was like, didn't quite get the hand gesture on that one.
You had a few thousand volts, you know, electricity just surged
I was-
through you. You know,
Alright.
Yeah.
nothing
And
makes
this one is
It's holding a metal rod.
this one
Trying to
down
poke it.
here is going to move right there.
I'm sorry. They all have separate action economy.
Yeah.
It's you don't know.
tactics.
If they all get chain lightning, we are.
What?
If.
No.
Which
They
way?
all have separate action economy. Is what I'm still held up on.
They sure do. It's
And you
not
do
easy
see him,
to
as he moves in, you see him make a small gesture as fire starts to come from his hands. And I need you, Bear, to make a... No, sorry, this is Stoic.
Yeah, I'm right in front of him.
Stoic, make a dex saving throw.
Come on, baby. That's amazing.
That's a nat 20.
There we go.
That's all I did. At least
Okay.
some people will.
Yeah, right.
When it said that's a dex save,
Yep. And you...
because that's a 20.
Okay, yeah. All right,
Next
so
20.
you actually don't take any damage. So.
There we go. Okay.
As just a stream of flame shoots out at you and you're able to dodge out of the way of it, before it dissipates just past you. And you see this guy after he does it, just kind of like, seeing you dodge this, he's just like, then, all right, Alanya.
Can't have her casting spells. I can't. We're gonna get in so much trouble if she starts casting spells.
Hey, if it keeps her alive,
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is going to back up over here.
Over where?
She backs up kind of against the wall here,
Okay.
trying to put her back to a wall basically. And she just says, "Let me know what you want me to do, my dears." She kind of readies herself, like she's kind of ready to dodge anything that comes her way if she can. Stoic.
Okay.
all right.
A lot worse.
So, this may not be the best idea, but it's the only one I got.
Love it. Do it.
Well, I could. Hold on. I only want to do it because it's new. But that doesn't mean
Okay. Sure.
I don't know if you think.
that it's the best idea.
I want to fight, but I'm okay with whatever.
No, I want to do what the group wants.
What's
but-
not the best idea? Or the best idea? I'm gonna cast sickening radiance.
Okay.
It's a 30-foot orb. Almost isolated on the guy on the bridge, but I think if I skew it over enough, I could get both of them.
Then or you can get those two guys over here, right?
Yeah, but I don't want them to come through the bridge. I want them to have to go through it.
No,
to
that
get-
makes sense. That makes
That's
sense.
good.
I have a wall spell and was gonna cut off the bridge, but I think the radiance.
So you want it centered on him?
Yeah, but offset to where it's not gonna get bare.
Sure. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then if I can move it over a little bit to get the second guy, that would be helpful.
Yeah, that should be doable.
Like, I kind of want to block the bridge. So let me see what that looks like, because if I have to miss that guy to block the bridge, then I'll do it, because I don't want them to come across it without having to go inside of it.
Let me resize it real quick.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, it covers the bridge, and it gets both of them.
You said it's 30?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it needs to be a little.
His sphere's too big right now.
Yeah. That's what she said.
Never met her to say that, but okay.
Okay, so
I thought I had a
catch them both. There might be a little bit of wiggle room there at the top.
If that's the case, then center on him and block the bridge.
Okay, so only him
Yep.
like that?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so that's a, what save is that?
That is.
Con save?
It is. It's a con save of 16.
Okay. 16. That is a 21.
Oof. That's like no damage.
Yeah,
right?
there's no half damage. The wall was half damage, and that's why I was. But okay, so that's my action. I'm going to.
Easy's bad right now. Not looking too good.
Yeah, I can do that as a bonus action. I'm gonna run. I don't need to run up to easy to do it. He's within range. I'm actually gonna run up and put that wizard within melee damage of me.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cast 4 of my healing on easy.
Is it right there?
Yep.
Okay.
No. I'm not running up to easy. I'm running up to the bad guy.
Oh, the one who just tried to hit you? right
Yeah,
there?
I want to put him in melee range so he can't move.
Okay.
And then, but I'm still within range to use my my healing light on easy. Oh, it went up because I went up a level.
There we go.
I have 10 now. Okay. But I'm going to use 4 of them.
Gosh, this thing is so cool.
4, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11 points of healing.
I'll take it.
Nice.
Listen, anything is better than nothing.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Oh boy.
I had my big ones.
Well, I was like, now you can have 10.
And that ends my turn.
Okay. Good. Valen.
Remind me, we came from like this way?
Yep.
Okay. Which, as hopefully a free action, are we running? And while I wait for that response, I'm going to go ahead and move up to the one in the alleyway and attack.
Okay.
I was debating that the same thing.
That's what I was saying. I know Bear wants to stay and fight, but I like.
Gotta get out. It's a lot of them.
I just don't know.
I'd rather run too.
Yeah, okay, we're just gonna I'll make a sword attack. Okay,
I get it.
19 to
I
hit.
totally get it.
No,
but
yeah. I'm in the same boat.
19 hits.
Okay. That's 13 points of damage.
We all gotta go one direction.
Okay.
I mean, if he Balin's
and
clearing
you know what?
that pathway,
Let me go ahead and pump
shoot,
a
'cause I
stunning
can
strike into that.
attack on him.
Okay.
'Cause I've got an ally.
So that
I've got an
is
ally.
a. Why do I always have? Okay. Went up. Constitution saving throw of 15.
Okay.
Nice. What are you doing to him?
Stunning strike.
Ooh, all right.
Nat 20.
Jesus.
Advantage over there right here. For a double roll. Okay. Swing again. 26.
That
To
is.
hit. Uh, 7 points of damage. And let's go ahead and have him make another save. I'm gonna do
Okay.
Snake Strike one more time. Just give it a shot. DC 15 on Constitution.
That's a fail.
Hot dog.
And it's like,
So he's stunned?
yep, he's stunned.
We still have our backup plan if we can get
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
turn this into a chase.
So bonus action. Go ahead and blow another key point and do flurry of blows. And now at advantage.
Yeah.
Good. That's a 26. 20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 26 to hit. It's D6. Okay, 9 points of damage. Next attack. 14. I think it,
No, that's
that misses.
You said the
Alright.
first one was 9.
Yes, 9 points of damage. Ba, 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 ba. Okay. I'm gonna stay right there. That's my turn.
Okay.
We can maybe yell out one more time if you allow me, because I know I actually asked a question before. What, can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Okay. He's stunned. And that's my turn.
Okay. That brings us to Bear.
I hear Valen say he's stunned, and my ears perk. I go, good to know. And then I move. Well, I'm gonna move 10 feet because he's like 40 feet away, and then I'm gonna use Misty Step to teleport right in front of him.
Which one?
The one that Valen's on. And swinging twice with my saber blade
With advantage.
with advantage.
You went. Where did you go? Sorry.
So I moved like 10 feet, and then I misty stepped to right in front of the guy with Valen.
Okay.
I'll be right behind him.
Well, we were right in front.
Okay.
I don't think it really matters, but
Okay. Go for it.
all right. First swing. Natural 20.
Hey! I watched it do this too. It went,
Guys, you don't know how long I've been waiting to say this on a natural 20. Divine Smite. Divine Smite.
Does it get powered up on a nat?
Yeah, all my rolls are doubled. And I'm rolling 2d8s, so
So wrecking.
Yep.
Wrecking.
the reckoning has come. Hopefully. All right, so
I didn't know that.
you
I know
are
barbarians are nasty.
1d6.
So he's not even raged
do.
once
Yeah, I'm
yet.
not raged yet. I'm
I'm
saving
not
that.
even raged.
I'm like super calm right now, guys.
All zen.
Yeah, dude. Is it 2d8?
Should definitely Hulk smash.
Yeah, 2d8s. Okay. Here we go. There we go. There we go. All right. 14 plus 3 is 17 times 2 is 34 plus 4 is 38. 38 damage.
Nice.
38 damage. Jeez.
Bam.
That's
Okay.
That divine energy flows through my blade as I stab him real good.
Okay. So as you appear in this kind of puff of mist in front of him and raise your sword to come down at him, you see him sort of flinch momentarily at surprise, and then you just see him go,
Oh no.
As you take off his head,
Okay.
and before his head even hits the ground, you see his head and his body just suddenly shift and become a pile of sand and fall into a clump.
Yep.
Not gonna lie, that's kind of offensive, but okay, one down.
Okay.
And then I just
Sand.
what?
What? I think I missed something.
I don't.
I find that offensive.
Oh, because he died. Like,
Oh.
like.
Oh,
Fine.
the way
Like he like
Oh,
accepted
my-
it.
Let me
Like,
kill it. Yeah.
Like you took all the fun out of it. And then I just I shout back, "All right, if we're going, way's clear. Let's go." And then that's my turn.
Okay. Easy.
Oh man. I will. All right. How far am I from the guy who's up on the roof? 34 feet. Okay.
Yeah, about 35 feet, give or take. Well,
Okay.
no, it'd be in plus. He's about 20 feet up, so I'd probably say more like 45.
45 feet.
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to get within 30 feet of him. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you just kind of move over here, you should be good.
Yeah.
So,
All right. Now I'll whisper. See nothing. I cast blindness on him. He has to make a Constitution save of 17.
Let's do it.
We know
Con
his-
saves.
Yep. Oh no.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's a fail.
So he is blinded for the duration. At the end of each turn, the target can make a Constitution saving throw to shake it.
Does that mean
Okay, and that's a
what-
concentration, right?
It is. Let me see. What for me? Nope. It's not
Oh,
a
it's not?
concentration.
Okay.
Nope. It's just a action.
Does that mean that someone has advantage on attacks on him while he's blind?
I
Because he
know
can't,
is.
because
I
he
know
can't see an
believe so.
attack.
He can't see what's coming.
Uh,
He also can't see us to cast spells.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
It's pretty
Yeah.
crucial. And then I'll run over to
Hold on, yeah.
yeah, the alleyway.
Don't clump.
Don't clump.
Don't clump
Don't clump us. Yeah, actually, I'll get. This is tough. I'll stand in front of Alana then to finish out my movement. And I'm gonna say, "You're safe with me."
A meat shield of sliced deli meat.
That's right. That's right.
Thinly,
Straight through.
that
You know.
real thin slice.
You can read the newspaper right through me.
I like my pastrami real thin.
Real thin.
Real
it's
thin.
real thin. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That's
very
gonna be my
nice.
turn.
That brings us to Asura.
Okay, because I did not hide, but that guy is blinded now, and so I have advantage on attacks on him, which means I can use sneak attack on him. I'm gonna bust out my bow, and I'm gonna hit the blind
You
dude.
bust out that bow.
Hit him good.
Sneak him.
Shoot him in the eye.
That's on the top.
Yeah.
All right. He is gonna get half cover because of the like structure above.
Can I
it.
move?
He's-
Can I move into the space so I can see him better?
Sure. If you wanna, let's see. To
So
get
that
a
he's no
real
longer-
clear shot, you probably go out to here.
How much movement was that for me?
That was about 15 feet.
Okay. Cool. Then I'm gonna shoot him. That's gonna be a 17 plus stuff. Just my bow. it is. That's right here. 17 plus 7, so 14 is
That hits.
24.
24.
And that's sneak attack plus the bow's damage. That's gonna be. Oh, that's not great roll. Oh, no, that's good. That's pretty good. 6. 5, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 damage.
Okay.
It's a low roll for me, but it's something.
Still pretty good.
No, we're okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
25's fine.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah.
25 damage. Alright, cool. So you shoot up and into this guy's chest as he's like, kind of like, you just see him kind of waving his hand in front of his face. Like, amused but like confused face, you know, still half grinning and as he takes the bolt to the chest.
And I'm gonna yell, "Ma'am, we need to run." And we don't want to clump, but the exit is over there.
Do both alleyways lead, like...
I mean, right now it looks like I can go this way, turn
Yeah.
around this way, like,
You're
or I can go that way and
gonna
come
run
through
right
this
by
way.
that guy.
Yeah, I'm aware. I wonder what's more.
You have dash, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna bonus action and movement, dash and run.
Okay. 2.
Can I get through them? Would I be able to run through them?
Jump over
No.
us. Parkour. I mean, it's a dead body and 2 friendlies.
Yeah, it's just though because of the way combat works, it's like there is restrictions on moving through people. That's one of the advantages of like halflings, for example. That's one of their things that
They can pass underneath
through.
people.
Yeah, they can.
Then I'll just use movement and dash to get up to. I used 15 feet. Is that 15 feet to get into this bush?
It's 20.
Yeah, it's a big map.
Yeah, I'll movement dash into those bushes. It doesn't. I won't
won't have
hide,
hide,
but
but-
it gives me cover.
Yeah.
In theory.
It's
Right?
bushes. It's not really hard cover. So.
Okay. Well then, never mind. Then whatever. I'll just be over there.
Okay.
I'll just be whatever. I'll just be.
It should be in the bushes.
I'll just be in the bushes.
Okay.
I like bushes. Listen, I'm really into topiary.
Yeah.
So it's his turn. First of all, the one that starts in.
Has to roll again.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's it?
16 con save.
16.
Need to move away from con saves.
Let me double check.
Well,
That's a 17. Oh, for his.
Yeah, for his.
Yeah.
my
Oh,
bad.
for his blindness. Yes.
Blindness is 17. At the end of its
so
turn.
that's a fail.
So we'll
So,
get to-
how much damage?
So is that fail for this turn?
I gotta pull back up. Stand by. That is 4d10, and he suffers a point of exhaustion.
Nice.
Hot dog.
That exhaustion is brutal.
Mm-hmm. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, so
Take that.
9 plus 8 is 17, plus 7, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So 24 points of damage and suffers a point of exhaustion. And it is radiant damage, if that matters.
Okay. How much? How much damage?
24.
Okay, very nice. Very nice.
Very, very nice.
Quite, yes.
So he is going to calmly walk forward out of the
Calmly walk forward.
But he also, with the exhaustion point, he now has disadvantages on ability rolls, right?
ability checks. Yes.
Oh, but not
attack.
not
rolls.
saving.
Yeah.
But not saving, just
Right.
Correct. Just ability.
Yeah, just ability.
First
checks
level is
for
ability.
first level.
I mean, you still hit him.
Yeah, I was just like, I wanted that
No.
disadvantage on the saves.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's a higher level of exhaustion.
And then the
other two will have to make the same save if they want to go through it. See, there was a perk for an Eldritch Blast that I could push people, and I went back and forth because I could push them back in.
That would be good, yeah.
Get back in the fiery water.
Once you came.
All right. He is going to, as he walks out and of this radiance and everything like that, very clearly taking a lot of damage, but not seemingly. It's not as if he has resistance. He's just not reacting to it the same way he should. And then he just kind of walks out and kind of shakes his hair out a little bit, and kind of shakes his muscles and tickles. I don't like you. You're a problem. And he makes a series of gestures and just kind of flicks his hand at you. I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh no, it's even
Charisma
worse.
saving throw?
Decent at charisma, aren't you?
I'm charismatic, but that's not one of my,
Tara's charismatic.
Yeah.
Shut up.
There you go.
Shut up. Nat 20
Okay.
There you go.
Very nice.
Survive.
Tara rolled 20.
You just talked your way out of that.
I did. I literally. Oh my god. Oh my god.
You feel a moment of these. You almost feel more than see, like these tendrils sort of like starting to wrap around you, and you feel a somewhat familiar pull on your stomach. Then you're able to shake it off and just shrug free of the effect.
I don't know.
We had a thing. I can't remember what it was, but we had a thing where we had our I can't remember what it was. Something
We've
like
been poisoned many
Well, I was
times.
trying to figure out what that
Poison, stab, shot, whatever.
Struck by lightning.
Yeah. Multiple times.
Today.
So this one sort of he runs. He really more skips over to you.
I love these guys.
I want to play with you. So Valen. No, wrong thing. Actually, Valen and Bear.
Okay.
Good thing I wasn't there.
Let me see here.
No, I mean, yeah.
So what?
Seriously.
Good thing I wasn't there with you guys.
Yep, Valen and Bear. Need you both to make dex saves.
That's fine.
+5.
No.
Okay.
That's an 8.
26 for me.
And you have
so you save
evasion.
and you fail.
Huh? And I have evasion, yeah. So
Nothing.
I'm
Yeah.
taking nothing on this one. That evasion is.
Nice.
You
Let me
just call it out.
Yeah.
Evasion.
Yeah, it's any time you have to make a dex save.
Mhm.
Evasion? Evasion?
Yeah.
Evasion.
It's not. There's not a finite resource of evasion.
Nope.
So-
You're just.
No,
You take 9 fire damage. As a cone of fire shoots out from his hands across you both, as Valen's able to duck out of the way completely. Licking against the side of the building and nearly catching it on fire. This one. He'll continue to move forward right there. Okay. All right. So Lanya, who's kind of blocked in by Easy here.
Don't worry, my lady. I've got you.
I'll protect you. You're in the way.
Cover up your roads,
She-
sir.
As you're kind of standing in front of her, kind of guarding her or whatever, you feel like a soft hand on your back, and you again feel that instant self-awareness and like that. You suddenly feel just very aware that you are in her way. Probably need to move.
Yep. Yep.
And she just softly says, "At your lead."
Okay.
She, needs to know where to go. So she's going to hold a dash action
Okay.
for when she knows when to go and can move. She's kind of wedged in between the booths there. She's putting herself to not be surrounded and, easy, brave, easy, as
Literally.
Seriously.
Brave,
Yep.
easy.
stoic.
All right, so
That mobile feet, you can hit and run now.
yeah, thought about that, but I'm actually gonna shoot 2 Eldritch Blasts at the one in the middle.
Okay.
The one that's closing in on Easy and her.
Okay.
That's a lot. It's,
I love when he says that.
20 something.
yeah, like if I'm over 20, it's a lot.
20, 25.
Yeah, 25 to hit. On the first one.
That hits, yeah.
Is there 0 on this one?
Yes. 0 is a 10.
Yeah.
I know, I was hoping the 1 was. It's not.
No.
It's a 1.
It's a 0.
So that's 5 damage.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
And the second one is 13 to hit.
13 does not hit.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Gotta save that spell. If I stay here, I'm baiting that guy. So.
Okay. Valen?
I want to sidestep to, I guess, the left. I stay within melee of the one in front of me, or the one that's by the house that's not dead. And I want to make sure I open up a path for the alleyway.
All right, so you're
Just moving over.
like that.
Yeah, essentially. And we'll pull out my fan. Basically, fly, you fools. Like, go, run. And I'm going to hold. No, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and activate. I'm going to turn around and face the one in the middle. And flip the fan open and try to push him away.
Okay.
It
Push
is.
him into melee, tear it.
No, push him back into the
The way I'm
into the green thing.
The way I'm angled, he
Or
would.
to the canal.
Or into the canal, yeah.
I probably would want to push him into the canal the way I'm angled towards him.
How far is that push? Like the length of its
so-
push?
If he fails this, he gets pushed 15 feet away from
It
me.
doesn't do like a column of air for so far.
60 feet long, 10 feet wide.
Yeah, it'll be there. It just won't
hit
only
that
push
guy?
him 15 feet.
Hit the second guy?
No, it's
No.
more than that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right.
Well,
It might be
I
long
might
enough.
be able. Well, it's long enough. You're right. It might
Let's
not be
find
long
out.
enough.
Yeah, it's a big map.
Yeah.
Dang.
Because I was checking them earlier.
All right. So
Ooh, he is right on the edge.
Is he?
Yeah. See what Doug's measurement is. Mine's the unofficial measurement.
He's close.
Yeah.
You could do
you said
both.
10 feet wide?
10 feet wide. Yep.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure I angle it away from.
Yeah, what about that guy?
That's
Can you
right.
hit that guy?
Well, I guess
It's really close.
It's like 61 feet.
Yeah, it depends on Doug's measurement.
Or if you take a few steps, you could definitely hit 2.
Promise
Well,
if
he
he takes any
doesn't wanna
steps,
break-
he
he doesn't
want
wanna
to break
break
melee.
Yeah. That's the. If I had taken it, if I had hit him, I could have moved away, but then I could have used the fan.
Yeah.
So it was,
One or the other.
But it's
figuring
more
out what I
important to
needed.
get him to push the freak out of the way.
I want to
Sure.
make sure that you guys have plenty
He's a
of.
wizard. He doesn't punch that hard.
Okay. So originating from you.
Yeah, that's probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And so he's got to make a strength saving throw of 13.
All right.
Yeah. That's. Yeah.
They're not super strong. What we thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Strength saving throw of 15?
Yes.
I just want to take a minute to compliment you on how fast and pretty your shapes are. In
So
comparison, when we
Shapes are
first
so
when we
pretty.
first started throwing this stuff.
Are you shitting me?
You at 20?
Yeah,
But
he's
it's
on
also
15.
rough terrain for him right now, right?
So if he moves towards me, he basically is at half speed. He moves 2 feet of movement for every foot it moves when moving closer to me. So
Okay.
technically, he could probably move out of there.
Is there any advantage in
straightforward.
hitting it while it's in the wind turbine?
No,
Okay.
unfortunately.
It's alright. It was a solid idea.
I'm still going to use it. I'm going to be the
Yeah.
tail and let you guys run.
You be the tail.
The tail. I'm going to push them away while you guys run ahead of me.
Because he also has the fastest speed that
Yeah.
he
You
can catch up
getcha.
to us fast.
It's only gonna slow that one guy though.
Yeah.
Listen,
Not when we all get funneled into
What?
the alleyway. That's my plan.
Yeah.
It's a wind tunnel.
Well,
Yep.
yeah, if we get in the alleyway, it's not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, is that your turn?
Yep, that's my turn.
Bear.
I walk up to the guy on Valen's right, and I go, "What do you say we fight fire with fire?" And I cast Searing Smite. Is that the right one? Yep, that's the right one. So let's see if I hit him. And I'm swinging with my sable.
Good part.
13 plus 8, 21.
Yep, that hits.
So he needs to make a con save of 17.
Well, that's a success.
All
Okay.
those con saves, man.
yeah, he's got advantage on cons right now.
Oh, just nothing. Damn, okay. Well, that was a wasted spell. Not wasted, but, you know. For... Okay. 7 damage. And I'm swinging again. Oh, there we go. 26.
Yep.
For 5 damage.
Okay.
Just like,
Taking a couple slashes into him. And he, you know, as he's like taking these, he's like, "Ooh, I like fire. Where is it?"
what? Hold on, I gotta check the batteries.
Okay.
I forgot. That guy that's in the fan right now,
Mhm.
he should have actually gotten 4 points of additional damage. I forgot that I have a +4 to radiant damage. Because I'm not used to my sickening radiance being radiance.
That's true. You weren't
Because
ready
it
for a
wasn't
while.
radiant for the longest time, and so I didn't think to add it.
Okay.
Unless that's gonna, like,
Change everything.
change everything, then don't worry about it. But if it's just a chink in the armor, then...
Yeah, I'm not gonna count it this time.
Okay. But I'll remember if the other 2 guys go in there.
Yeah. All right, easy.
Okay. All right. I am going to move out of the lady's way because I feel very conscious now with her hand on me.
Very aware.
Very aware of like,
Where are you going?
I don't think I wear underwear today, guys.
You forgot to put that on this one.
I forgot to.
Sorry,
Did you forget your wanks?
can I recon one thing?
Yeah.
I think he does take a d6 fire damage anyway.
On Searing Smite.
Yeah, he doesn't ignite in flames, but I think he still takes 1d6 of fire damage.
You think or you know?
I don't know, it's really hard to read because it says it both.
So you hit a
Next time
creature.
Your weapon flares with high intensity and the attack deals an extra 1d6 fire damage to the target and causes the target to ignite in flames. At the start of each of its turns, until the spell ends, the target must make a saving throw. On a failed save, it takes
Okay.
damage once the spell ends. So I think on the
I think
first
so.
attack.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. 1.
All right.
One more.
It is one more.
Game changer.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Can be the difference.
Death by
Can be,
1,000 cuts, man.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Can you take out wind tunnel guy?
Then I retcon his line to, was that a hole? Look at this little burn mark on his arm.
It'll grow.
Grower, not a shower.
Oh.
The crew, not a shot.
I'm so sorry.
No, I had the same thought.
Easy.
All right.
Where are you moving to first?
Hey, I'll move slightly to towards Valen and Bear. Like just a little bit, just enough to get out of her way.
Okay, we'll say 10
Yeah,
feet.
not a lot.
Oops.
Just a few feet.
Still gonna have to go around.
I say
Yeah, the problem is that you're gonna
Dang it!
you're gonna literally be in her way because now.
And she has to go in the wind tunnel? No,
Yeah.
okay. Alright, fine, go the other way.
Go the other way.
Go towards Stoic.
Yeah.
Oh, we're letting her go first.
Just a little bit, yeah, just
Okay.
a little bit.
Which will trigger her.
To do her reaction.
Well, actually, she still doesn't know where to go. So you haven't told her where to go yet. So she's still waiting for that.
I actually point towards Valen
Okay.
and Bear.
So that will trigger her.
Yeah. Would you rather hit me hit
So
all
she goes
of them
over
or
by
hit one?
Valin and Bear. That's what
all?
she's told to do.
It's not gonna do a lot of damage, but at least we might find out who's the real Slim Shady.
You had me, but then you sold me again. That is the point.
You've already got the sell.
I did alright. With this, I flourish the most powerful magic missile I've ever done. I'm gonna do a 4th level magic missile, which is 6 missiles, and I'm gonna hit each one of them.
Yes.
All 6 of them.
Okay.
All 6 of them.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there's one on the roof there. I can't.
Yeah, one on the roof, yeah.
And it's
1,
blind.
2,
Wouldn't
3,
matter,
4,
but he is
5,
blind.
6. Yeah, 6 of them. Yep. I'm gonna try and hit all 6 and see what happens. Yep, they're all within 120 feet, I think. Yeah.
You're good.
Are you
Yeah.
rolling in the app?
I'm rolling in the app, yeah. I don't trust my dice anymore.
Well, and don't trust mine either.
Don't trust your. Alright, here we go.
Here we go.
Alright, the first one was a 1.
App's doing you well.
Yep.
That's doing me real well so
It's
far.
time to dice get you.
It was, I hit.
Well, how about we start up here and go clockwise?
Sure. That
Alright.
sounds good.
It's 1 in 14.
So that's 1.
That's one. And it's a hit him for 2 points damage technically, so it's 1 plus 1, so it's 2. Alright.
Gotcha.
Alright, next one. Where are you?
That would be this one.
1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Alright.
1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1.
3 times somebody says that. It's like,
Alright. Second one is 3 points of force damage.
plus 2 plus 1 plus 1.
Okay.
What was it?
3 points.
Okay. All right.
2 plus
That's
1.
that one. The next one's in the wind tunnel.
Yep. Third one takes the max 5 points of force damage. I'll take that. Things are looking better.
And that one actually, as it enters his chest, you see him fall backwards and poof, into a pile of sand that's now blown
Yes.
off into the canal.
I hate sand.
I hate it.
Don't. I don't need it. I don't need it.
All right. Next one. All right. That
That's
was
the one
2.
on the roof.
One on the roof gets 2 points
Okay.
of force damage.
Okay.
Next one. Another 2 points of force damage.
Hey, that works.
The bees!
And the one across over here.
Yep. All right. That one takes 4 points of force damage.
All right.
Sweet.
Are we able to determine which one's the origin caster?
I mean, we'll see.
As
how
it
it
as
reacts.
it kind of blooms outward in like a whole bunch of little insects like going. Oh.
It's all good.
got
You're
it.
destroying the camera here.
Yep, we'll find out.
Well, our whole world has changed. That was a really good magic missile. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it'll be like Star Trek.
You got hit by a photon torpedo.
Yeah.
Evasive maneuvers.
Each of them, as you see, like the little prick as it goes in, and you see the little pool of blood and everything on each of them. Each of them are just like tickles all around. But there doesn't seem to be any like visible difference in reaction
Okay.
between any of them.
Okay.
That's okay.
All right. It was worth a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just stay there. Or should I move?
No, you're good. Doug broke me.
That's like a weekly thing, I feel like.
All right, Asura.
Guy on the rooftop is still blind, correct?
As far as you know, yeah.
Yeah.
He was supposed to do.
A con save at the end of his turn.
Yeah.
to remain blind.
Which
She
I did
rolled.
not do, so let me do that real quick.
It's a 17.
17, that's a pass.
Okay, so he's
So
not
he's
blind.
not blind anymore.
He's not blind.
Okay, I can't
Dang.
get advantage on him.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and he'll probably.
What about me
I mean, from there, you probably
here?
okay.
Get your sneak attack, right?
yeah,
They're both engaged.
Yeah, that's right. They are both. Two of them engaged.
that's what I'm
right
saying. Like, I need to. I need to track her. More important.
Mm-hmm.
Mine has not been touched.
I hit him.
He just did for like
Not
2,
much.
5,
Doesn't
4.
I hit him. Okay.
I still feel like I need to hit the one that's near her.
Yeah.
So right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mine
Okay,
hasn't
okay.
been touched. Hit the one that's like.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot at the guy that's by Valen and Bear.
Okay, go for it.
That's gonna be 7, 8, 9. That's gonna be 20
That'll
to
hit.
hit. Alright, that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus this guy. 8. 6 and 6 is
okay.
12.
Yep.
Plus 8 is
20.
20 plus 6 is 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 plus, I think it's 4 if I remember my numbers correctly. 32 plus 4 is
6.
36.
36.
Dang,
Triple
son.
check that it's a plus 4. No, it's a plus 3. So it's going to be a
35.
35.
Still.
Big swing.
Okay.
Nice.
With that one, as your bolt goes through it, you actually see it goes all the way through him as he suddenly falls apart in the sand.
Great. And I say, ma'am, it's time to run. And I am running right up to her and basically like pushing her down the alleyway.
Probably that's you use 25 feet of movement. You probably wouldn't be able to do anything
Extra.
on this turn. Like, yeah, you'd have to like push her basically, and that would be
I meant more in the
narrative
anecdotal sense,
Yeah,
not in the.
okay.
I literally would use
Sure,
a push
sure.
because
Yeah.
my action was to
Yeah,
shoot,
it's really
and I don't have bonus action
Okay.
push.
You guys are all the
All
closest.
right, now it's his turn.
And then would leave me and Valen closing up the rear.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true.
I do have a question though. Can I get any coverage on this little like ramshackle dude? Whatever this is. Is this like a?
Because you wouldn't be able to move past her.
It's not like an awning.
Inside.
Well, it is, but there's like stuff underneath.
Okay,
it.
that's what I was
why
asking.
it's
If there's
kinda
anything like
blocking the-
actually underneath it, if it was just an
Yes,
awning.
yes.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Your thing looks like either a knife or a wooden shoe.
Wooden shoe.
Yeah. Like a clogger.
Nobody ever wants to be the shoe.
It's true. I was always the car.
The car, the hat, the shoe, we must come together.
That also from Clue?
No. Clue doesn't use the car, the hat, and the shoe.
Well, I know, but it's like
It's
a
just rope and a wrench.
I know,
and
but
a-
that movie has a lot
Revolver.
of quotes, and you had that like an accent, like the
No, I was just
because
using the
it's
Assura
amazing.
accent.
oh.
Okay.
There's a lot going on in this fight.
Good.
Yeah.
All right. So the first thing that happens, this one down here, you hear him say, "You." I don't like you. I think you should be gone. And he points a single finger at you.
Okay.
And you just see this sort of like darkness arc out toward you.
Banish you?
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Give me a second.
Now we have to kill them all. No, we have to kill them.
I'm going to cast another counter spell.
You're gonna roll for it.
Yep.
I do.
Hey man, it's worth it.
100% worth it.
Banishment's either 4 or 5.
Okay. All right.
This is the roll.
Oh, don't say that. What are you doing?
This is just a game.
It's just a game.
It's a 13.
Nope.
Nope.
That was close though, wasn't it?
It needed to beat a 17.
Yeah, I think it's be pretty high.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Well,
So
Here it comes. Man, my counter spell sucks.
you take 58 points.
Oh, did I roll for Constitution now? That's for my counter spell.
Yeah,
Sorry.
That was the Constitution.
Now I roll.
Here we go.
All my dice suck today. Let's see, 4 for 4.
You got it.
It's this one's a +5. I can't roll anything higher than a 5. I got a 10.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do it.
So you're gonna take 58 points of necrotic damage.
Oh my god.
Good
I'm 0, guys.
alright.
A notorious spell that's probably taught to you as like a warning against all, like of how dangerous necromantic magic can be besides just raising the dead, as you probably recognize a Finger of Death spell
Yep.
just before you go black and he gets down.
As he does, my tome begins to flare,
Hey.
and he pops back up with 1 hit point.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
It is fantastic.
You've been waiting like all night for that.
I knew it was gonna happen. I'm like, somebody's gonna go down.
You were expecting it was gonna be me.
I was.
Man,
I know.
I got hammered this match.
You see, as this arcing darkness goes straight into your chest, and you almost don't feel anything, as your vision just starts to go black. And as it does, you see a flash of what looks like unfurled wings that seem to flap once, and you feel this
Can it happen?
warm, like almost heavenly breeze on your face as you come to, weakened and barely alive, but alive.
Alive.
All of you have it, but only one of you gets it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's your one.
It's
Yeah.
once per long rest for one person.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah,
In
but
the book.
All of you are covered by it.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, but you just used it, so.
Yep.
Okay, so all the rest of us are in danger, girl. Danger. You're in danger, girl.
Yeah, that was.
That's so impressive and terrifying. And I understand why I'm in the book. Especially because we still don't have a
You
guy.
just see him at that. You just see him frown and kind of look at his finger. Oh well.
Oh well.
The next thing.
Counter spells failed me twice.
It's okay.
Still important to have it.
It is.
The dice have not been friendly to us
I
tonight.
have not. I have rolled
So-
horribly.
Even me.
I know.
I know, even you, yeah.
This one. You actually. He's going to use an ability.
No, he's not.
I don't like that.
You see him just sort of walk forward and then sort of like roll over the railing down into the water, but
these
you
guys.
never hear a splash, and he suddenly appears right behind Asura
God
as he makes
damn it.
makes another gesture as fire comes forth in a cone again.
Oh, fire? You said fire?
I need
Good for you.
you, Valen, and Bear.
Come on.
Anya, to make what was this?
Dex save?
Save.
You said
I
cone?
believe so.
Yep.
Yep. Dex
Five for me,
throw.
right?
5 for you and probably Alanya.
So evasion.
Yeah,
There we
absolute
go.
evasion.
That's better.
dex is high.
Okay.
Alanya would get +5, I'm assuming, Doug.
Yeah.
I'm just outside there.
Yeah.
Oh, she's fine. Or at least as far as saves go. And alright, Valen,
21
that's a save.
with evasion as well.
So there's no damage.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, sir.
17.
And that is that's sorry, I'm looking. That's a fail.
Okay, so I have evasion for half, plus I'm fire resistant, so that's half again.
Okay.
bad.
And then
24.
okay, that's a save. So you'll take half.
I don't have evasion.
All right, so that's 10 reduced to 2 for you and 5 for you.
Okay.
How do you touch these temporary hit points?
And
Creature. So I can't sculpt it.
Dang.
2 for Alanya as well. Because she seems to not be affected by fire very much either.
And I would like to.
Oh wait, actually, let me check. No, she doesn't take anything.
I would
You
like
see
to.
the fire like go over her, and she doesn't even flinch. It just seems to like
Oh.
it hits her, and then just doesn't seem to affect her.
I would like to use Hellish Rebuke on the creature that hit me,
Okay.
or the one that hit me. And I need to double check if my dice have gone up. Double check. The spells section, which I never look at. Hellish Rebuke is still 3d10.
Yeah, I think it only increases if you had a higher slot.
Yeah, which I don't. These are just innate skill sets.
Twice.
Hey, 18, 20 fire damage for the guy that hit me.
Nasty.
Okay.
You rolled 2 10s?
I rolled a 10, an 8, and a 2, so it's
Yeah.
18, 19, 20. 10, 8, 2.
She has 3d10.
3d10 fire damage.
It's not 2d10?
It's 3d10. It says right here on my page,
Yep.
3d10,
It's always been
because
3d10.
it's my innate infernal legacy.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Why does it say on your reaction for Hellish Rebuke? Okay, hold on.
Is it because you leveled up?
No, she's always rolled 3d10.
I've been rolling 3d10 this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I'm just double checking because we're getting mixed messages
Okay.
on D&D Beyond.
Because in my spells it says 3d10.
It's because Wizards of the Coast bought it.
Racial traits, right? No. Yeah.
Am I good?
Mad about that.
Hold on. Yes, Hellish Rebuke. Oh, that's why it's casting at 2nd level
Yeah.
as part of the trait. Okay.
Yeah, it's just
It's always at
because I can
second
use it
level.
once a day after a long rest. So yeah, so that's 20 fire damage
Okay, cool.
But
to whatever hit me.
All right, so that's the
Like a Power
dude
Rangers
right
bad
there.
guy. Like a putty man.
Smart.
It's a
From
putty.
Power Rangers.
It's a putty wizard, guys. It's a putty wizard. Be careful.
What's around the pool?
I'll go polymorph. T-Rex, no.
Okay.
You guys just jump on me. I'm like, you guys aren't cool accessories. I'm just a T-Rex.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys on me?
I'm the head.
Get off of me, you're making me looking cool.
Is it still up? Is the creature? Is the guy still up?
Yep.
Jesus. Well, I hope he was uncomfortable.
He didn't
was in
seem
fire.
he didn't seem to take as much damage from that. So.
I've got it.
All right, so Vanya is going to
It's a reaction.
move that way, but she needs to like she's gonna kind of move up and get out of your way because she doesn't know where to go. Like
Yeah.
so,
That's amazing.
she's just gonna hold a dodge action basically until
Okay.
she knows where to go here.
Do you want to go the other way? Or just go straight?
Stoic.
We need to go back that way.
Okay.
No, I'm
On me? Let's do it. All right.
the shortest path.
Oh.
We don't know where
I have two of them right here.
But we don't like Terra isn't like on the map.
No,
We're
but-
supposed to be.
Sir doesn't.
I'm gonna shout out Easy Duck, and I'm gonna shoot two Eldritch Blasts. One directly behind me.
Okay.
What?
A goose.
Goose.
Make it happen.
Yeah. 20.
Nice.
Don't roll one. Don't roll one.
Why do you put that out there?
Both of you. I never said to myself.
7.
That was good.
So it's
14?
Well,
14
no.
plus.
Well, the dice is 14, but then it's plus 4.
So 18 points.
Yeah. So 18
Nice.
points.
It's fantastic.
All right.
And that's
then,
why I did 20 technically.
Yeah, that take him out.
And then second one is if he's still
Sorry, how much was it?
18.
Total?
18 points.
That actually does take it out.
Yeah. I was like, he doesn't have much left. I hope.
could finish this fight, guys. Yes, we probably could.
Yeah, but
Hi, we've spent time here.
Yeah.
The problem is not can we finish this fight, it's we are spending time here.
you know. So then I'm gonna shoot the other one. How much coverage does the guy on the roof have?
From that angle.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you're pretty close, so he's probably gonna have.
Quarter cover.
Probably half cover.
If it's half cover.
Yeah,
I'll-
because of your angle. of
Yeah,
going across the
I'll
room.
shoot the one in front. I know he's damaged, and I don't want him to run across the roof. Is my issue.
It's alright, I can monitor the roof.
So yeah, I'll just shoot the one in front of me. Which that's 17
17.
to hit.
17 does not hit.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I go after the one with cover. Okay.
Gee.
Okay.
Nuts.
You say geez like you haven't been hitting him constantly this whole time.
Yeah, but like,
That's not.
well, I know that's how like it's like she's like we've been hitting him this whole time. How have we been doing that?
That wasn't a melee attack anyway. Okay. I'm gonna end my turn then.
Okay.
Okay. Valen.
So I want to step out and I'm going to try to avoid Easy's shroud. That's what it's called, right? Whatever
The big ball.
Stoics.
the cloud or
Stoics.
Stoics, sorry.
Signaling
Stoics, yeah.
Yeah, Signaling Radiance. And I want to get the cone on the one that's on the other side of the canal and have him roll a. So I'm using my bonus action to change direction, I guess.
Okay.
And it's really just me moving out.
Alright, so
And have him make a strength saving throw of 15.
so like so like there basically.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So that's about 25 feet.
I'm going after a line.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm just doing it in battle. Moments
Yeah,
like
yeah,
out of
yes,
battle.
but I don't know if we wanted to go straight or try to.
Just
Like,
in
people
the
come over and we touch them and we go. So
Okay. Okay.
Right up there.
I'm trusting that you will let me
So
direction.
DC save, strength save of 15.
Yep.
Okay.
because they're an hour away and it's the one that lasts.
This is what I'm gonna do
Plus
right
you can
now.
also pull
I'm turn
back
myself to
if
you guys.
That's us.
If anything comes towards us.
You can jump on my back.
Alright, he's 15 feet away from me.
Oh man.
And then for my action, I will take a couple of shots at the one in front of. Well, how much coverage does the one on the roof have for me right now? Is he about? He's gonna be about half.
Yeah, he's about half.
Okay.
You're kind of closer to the
I'll take the shot on Stoic, or on the one that's engaged with Stoic. Then
Okay.
take a couple of crossbow shots.
Yeah, get him away from me.
18 on the first one.
That barely hits.
I figured that was the magic number. D8.
I mean, it's
So that's 9 points of damage on the first one.
worst case scenario.
Okay.
And second shot.
Yes, I can.
Oof, natural one. We all have to get one tonight, right?
Yeah.
No. Don't you put that choo-choo on me?
No.
Don't listen to him.
It's all good on this side of the table except for right there.
Yeah. There's a hot
Honestly,
spot
there's
right
like a
here.
lot of
Chris,
stuff
I need you to
happening
lick
right here.
every single one of his 20s. We'll disinfect afterward, obviously.
Disinfect after. Okay.
We're not disgusting.
Just for tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll not in
This
this
week,
but in
We're all
this.
coming back, and we're like when Doug's not around, and we're just gonna like voodoo dance around this dice.
Yep.
These damn dice.
Do the
Don't
dice
think that's the
dance.
phrase you were looking for, but I understood what you meant.
Yeah.
Yeah. A dice dance.
Yeah, we're gonna.
It's like a rain dance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So once again, I think that's not what you want to say. What I'm saying
So-
is
Oh.
I had.
culturally
I'm gonna
problematic.
go ahead and do it because I had the table in my head. I'm
Oh, that's right.
rolling on that
Oh,
one
the
table.
now one table. Oh.
Okay. So, as
That's
you
right, because you're over there.
after you reload quickly and try to take the second shot, as you're trying to reload in this hurry, you kind of pull too hard, and you feel this as you go to pull it, it seems jammed.
Cool.
So you basically are gonna have to take an action to try to fix it.
Gotcha.
If you want to, it's like a malfunction right now.
Sure. No problem.
Yeah. Otherwise, you can't use it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Is that it? Is that all you want to do?
Yes, it's bonus action. Yeah, that's everything.
Okay. Bear.
I look at Asura and I don't shout for everyone, but I shout loud enough for Asura to hear me. I got it on you. Let's go. And I'm gonna run my 30 feet. How far does 30 feet get me?
30 feet.
Well, on the map.
Where are you going?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
All right. Let's see.
I mean, we literally just came that direction. Like,
30 feet right there.
this is literally
Okay.
where we came from.
Yeah, so I guess I'll I won't go my full 30, but I'll get right up next to her. Yeah, actually right up next to her, and I'm gonna hold an action, a melee.
You wanna
Did
be
you say the
behind
full
me?
30 or right next to
Behind her.
You behind her
Well, what do you mean behind?
So they
because
can-
I need a pathway to get through.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
I'm going.
clogging.
I'm hugging the alleyway. I'm not going my full. Yes, you're right there.
All right. Cool.
And I'm holding a melee action, just in case someone comes within range.
Okay.
And I go, my lady.
No, and you tip your fedora.
My dreadlocks.
Her plume hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Easy.
We can do a quick motion, cast Plymorph on myself, and turn into a magical unicorn.
Oh my god.
That's
Yes.
Okay.
right. Yep.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Because they have player down. It's gonna show us like you imagine.
It's legit.
Yeah, this is a legit unicorn, guys.
Yeah.
He
I was a
is-
unicorn once.
he
That's
is
fun.
It's a unicorn.
I was. He made me a unicorn once. It was great.
And
What's his face? Tried to get him to kill you for his blood.
mm-hmm.
No, that was me that was the unicorn. That was a unicorn for that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been a unicorn too.
All right.
We've all been unicorns.
I've never been a unicorn.
Oh.
It missed
Have
the
a
tail,
unicorn
not there,
token.
so-
Hold on.
Listen, I'm always slightly aware of you in all times when the things you say. Because I think you and I have too similar of a sense of humor.
All right.
What's that?
I love you. I'm so happy we're
All
friends.
And I will move. I can move 50 feet.
All right. Where are you going?
I'm going right there next to Bear and Alana.
But behind Bear. Right?
Not blocking the alley.
Oh, not blocking the alley.
Yeah.
We don't want to block the alley right now because I need to run.
Yeah, she's gonna be the leader.
I'm leading.
She's got the
All
navigational.
right. So you're going there.
But I was gonna give the option if Alana wanted to hop on. I'll say it telepathically. You can,
Okay. Is that where you're going though?
yes.
Okay. All right, so you say
You're not just saying that you can ride
so you
me.
say telepath.
I'm not gonna say how you can ride me.
Please say that you're gonna ride me.
So what do you say?
You have the option for transport, my lady.
I like how we're gonna stealth out of this area with a unicorn.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Oh, absolutely.
Is going
Can,
after.
wait, can you still cast?
I can teleport 3 people with me as it is unicorn. Things get bad.
How far can you teleport? You can't cast Pass Without a Trace too, which is what we need.
That's all. Don't worry, we got this.
Actually, Pass Without a Trace would drop with the polymorph because polymorph.
Yeah,
is
it's a concentration. Yeah, I'd have to do one or the other.
We have an escape plan. We've been holding it the whole time.
I know y'all been like scheming over there.
I really don't know if I'm excited for this.
I know, it's like
Wait.
easy.
I
It's so
can teleport up to 1 mile away.
I love
Oh
it.
my god!
Like,
Oh, that's right. You did that in
yeah.
the bone giant
I
battle.
sure did.
Yeah.
Okay.
1 mile away. Yes.
I need you to know that she has to be gone.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is the absolute worst case scenario.
Yeah.
That's why I did unicorn.
In case of emergency, turn to unicorn.
Get the fuck out of here!
Out of here!
Break glass.
Pork chop sandwiches, unicorn.
The Natural One brothers
Yeah.
have devised a backup plan.
We escaped. Devise a
You know what?
full on backup
Yeah.
plan.
I'm okay with this. Let's see what
We
happens.
have.
As long as we don't roll for it.
It's not gonna be
It's
boring,
fine.
whatever it is.
It's really
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
We're all gonna be on a journey,
Learned a lot, grew as people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, did
whether we want to do or not.
We learned something. We learned after 5 weeks of training, we're still a bunch of.
Follies.
We are a bunch of
Wherever you go, still there you are.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, the consequences of my actions.
Okay.
Up.
All right. With that, at the end of that round, there, let's see. Those of you, let's see, Asura, Valen, and Stoic. You see, way down the street, like quite a ways away from you, you see kind of curving into view a number of torches and a number of flashes of weaponry and armor as you see a kind of large group of soldiers kind of moving through the streets with one figure on horseback in black armor at the fore. And you can see even from this distance just the tiny little glimmer of red.
Nice. All right.
So, Asura, what would you like to do?
I'm just gonna say, run! And I'm going to bonus dash movement full 30, so that's 60 feet. I don't know, should I also use my action to run too, or should I use my action to hold in case that little critter tries to come at us from the
Probably won't get too far ahead of us.
with another 30?
Yeah, you're pretty good with the 60. You're at 60, right?
Yeah.
That gets you like
basically
off
be
the map.
15 feet off the map, yeah.
Okay, then actually I'm going to hold my action to should I hold my action to attack or hold my action to jump onto unicorn?
Well, he can teleport.
Yeah, up to 3 people.
Right.
Yeah.
Who's the 3 people?
Yeah.
If you need to teleport,
That's up
who are you
to-
leaving behind?
The cloak.
Yeah, it's for myself.
You can't do
Can't bring
what you
anyone with
door
them.
with them.
One person smaller than myself.
I'm smaller than you.
The same size or smaller?
I think same size.
Yeah.
But that's not gonna get you that far either. Anyway.
Well, it's not gonna get you, but it's
So you
just
can
30
do
feet.
3, including yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Alana's,
including myself.
Alana's one of them.
Yeah. She's automatic.
So that'll leave me and one other person.
Honestly,
Yeah.
you and I are pretty stealthy.
I got it.
We could potentially.
We got it.
You think you can?
We do the same plan, except one by land,
Do
one
we
by
want to
sea.
risk it? We don't have any buffer.
That's
We're
right.
non-magic
The Nat
creatures.
One brothers have a plan.
Yeah, we got it.
All right.
But
We got it.
So
Okay, so
what do you
am I,
do?
still have
what
to
am I doing?
teleport,
Am I
so-
holding an action or am I still
You
running?
can't really talk. Like you can't really
No.
plan right
Just
now. You're
Grab onto the unicorn like you planned.
Okay.
You're the one that suggested it.
All right, I'm running 60 feet and my hand is out. Basically, as soon as the unicorn gets to me, I'm hopping on.
you're holding an action to get on the unicorn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, I'm leading the charge to get the hell out of Dodge.
Okay.
But then I got a hand out ready to hop on the unicorn as soon as the unicorn gets near me.
Okay. All right. So now it is his turn.
So I got Val.
okay.
All right.
Because you'll be able to move the rest of them, right?
Yep, I can move the rest of them.
This one is going to, after he's blown back and everything, he kind of like shakes his now disheveled hair and everything, slicks it back again, and he's like, "Ooh. All right."
I've got magic
And
too.
he makes a gesture.
Okay.
I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
No.
Let's see.
Let's go with this one. Why not? Yeah. Okay. Ooh, that did not go the way it was it needed to. I think it's a 5.
What's up, 10 minutes?
You lost?
Oh, I've got -1 charisma. Yeah.
God.
Okay.
It's a long time.
Oh no.
You feel a familiar lurch in your stomach as you feel like these tendrils sort of wrap around you, and suddenly your vision shifts as like the surroundings almost zooms out quickly, and you feel that lurch in your stomach of transitioning planes.
Nice.
Oh
as
my
you suddenly find
gosh.
yourself standing in blank nothingness.
Okay.
Valen is
But we wouldn't be able to run.
I know.
gone. The wind is
Same thing. Same
gone.
thing.
The
I'm
wind
in the same,
drops.
same spot.
You are considered
counter spell.
incapacitated effectively.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just sit down on the ground and wait.
So,
But his body's still there?
nope, he
No,
is.
everything's
I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Okay.
He's removing everything.
Yep. As you see, Valen just suddenly is gone.
Oh,
And this one down here he just starts moving down here.
But that's the one that cast it, right?
Yeah.
mm,
There.
Out of curiosity, I know I'm incapacitated. Since I'm in another plane, when it comes my turn, would I be able to fix my crossbow?
No, you are. It actually says you're considered incapacitated.
Gotcha, cool.
It's like you're just kind of held there, and
Okay, cool.
yeah.
in this
you can't-
other realm.
Yeah.
Cast it, so
Um,
I have to hit him in order to make him come back. That's the point. Which I can do.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh.
I mean, you're the only one that saw that too.
I mean, I don't think we turn around at this point. We're all just kind of like,
I can't see anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you guys are gone.
You guys are
dashing away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna still keep doing what I thought was the right
Yep.
thing to do.
Oh, absolutely.
I get it now.
That's all you heard me say.
If not, you guys will get to launch a rescue mission
another one?
to save Alan and Stoic. That'd be kind of cool.
Been there.
I'm sitting here like, what would my backup character be?
You rescue yourself,
Yeah.
basically.
So,
Chip will come back and haunt you.
Chip will come back to haunt you.
I love Chip. Love him so much.
No, I just realized that me and that dude have just been staring at each other in the face the whole time.
Making googly eyes at each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, babe.
I see you.
Some winks.
Mm-hmm.
I see you, baby.
Oh man.
okay. sorry, that changed things.
You tell
Yeah.
me.
I'm trying to figure out what he's gonna do here.
I love when Doug surprises himself.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
What did I
I
do?
don't know what to do with this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how he would process this and what he's gonna do here. Yeah, he's going to. Where is it? There, I'm trying to. My thing is acting up, so I gotta look at this.
I don't think that was it.
Okay.
No, it's not.
It's a different one. Is it?
Oh, that's why. I'm sorry. My stuff is messing up right now, so I'm having to backdoor my way into getting info.
And if anyone knows, they know.
I did not.
It's because y'all make fun of me for listening to the music I listen to.
Oh, BTS or
No! Stray Kids!
Oh yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I do
K-pop,
listen.
right?
I do listen to BTS, but Stray Kids.
I can't hear BTS and not think. Every time I'm like, what is?
Alright, he's just gonna.
Oh, bring the big boy up.
Alright, he's just gonna hit you.
Stoic.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
No!
Oh, yeah, because I've got wisdom for days.
No.
2!
Let's see if there's any others.
Jesus!
Falling apart very fast.
Okay,
I do 5.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
So smart.
You take 1 point. 'Cause you rolled horribly. You take 1 point of necrotic damage.
Okay.
Oh, point.
Yep.
Interesting.
I will take it.
Wait, I rolled the wrong dice. Hold on.
No.
What?
No, you didn't. You rolled the right dice.
6. Sorry.
6 points a day.
6 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, rolled the wrong dice.
It's alright. Alright.
So, with that, Alanya nods and is going to go over and get up on top of Easy.
Right.
The surprisingly smooth motion for as she just sort of effortlessly hops up onto your.
You're now hyper aware that you're perfect.
You, you do suddenly feel like, oh, I'm a unicorn. And to be fair, like
It dawns upon
the
me.
self-awareness is not necessarily bad. It depends on how you interpret things.
Correct.
It's not a like bad self-conscious. It's just literally by definition self-conscious. Like you are hyper-aware.
Gotcha.
That you are now a unicorn in an extremely dangerous battle with an insane person, and now this unknown woman riding your back, and like intensely aware of like how much she weighs, and like there's the feeling of the cobblestone under your hooves, and how different your hoofs feel from like feet.
Yeah.
And it's just all these kind of sensory things happening.
Tripping out, man. I saw wings a minute ago. Things are nuts.
Okay. Stoic.
Whoa, who's got 2 thumbs and is ready to shoot some Eldritch Blast?
All right.
All right.
But I'm shooting it at the guy on the other side, not at the one in front of me. I got 120 foot range.
Okay.
Is he? It's just shrubbery, right?
Yeah, it should be okay.
Come on.
You're playing
Is that a 1?
apart so fast.
Is that a 1?
That's a net 1.
Oh,
Okay.
wait a minute. We gotta roll on the table
Got
here.
one more.
Spells. All right.
You
I didn't think
touched
about
it.
it for spells, so
And magic. Yeah,
Might have spread.
Tira touched the dice.
Okay, so as you try to rush this off, you basically don't do it quite correctly, and as you try to channel the power, it actually surges back into you. You
Fair.
take 3 points of force damage.
That's fair.
Holy moly.
Okay.
This is not good thoughts.
All right.
Oh, yeah, they hit the first one and cast the second one?
No.
Oh, okay.
And the one next to you is just like, careful.
Okay.
And then I will fire off the second shot,
Okay.
and that's 15.
Nope.
Isn't gonna hit.
Drats,
Well
man.
then,
That really blows.
It really does blow.
bonus action. I'm just gonna eyeball the other one. 10.
Nah, nah, boo boo.
Having trouble, are we? That's all it is. Alright, Valen. You are incapacitated. Yeah, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
You can't do anything.
Bear.
Okay.
What a beautiful emptiness
Yeah.
this is.
This is the best. I guess I'll just go up to right behind Asura. And hold an
Are
action.
you okay?
Yep, same thing, just hold a melee action.
Okay, so you're effectively off the map as well.
Yep.
5 feet off the map. She's 15 feet.
Oh, you're fit. Oh, okay, shit. Okay.
Yeah, she went 15 feet off the map. You're 5
Yeah.
feet, so you're still 10 feet away from her, but you can hold your action for. What's your action?
Sorry, melee attack in case someone comes within range.
Okay.
They can't see other people, can they? Can I recon a little bit and just actually use my bonus action to touch my butt and just be like, Val and I are right behind you. Go.
Okay.
Don't lie to me like that!
You don't know this. Val would support that action.
Oh, man.
That makes perfect
I'll
sense.
allow it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Where's mine? Where's mine? On my hoof?
Wait.
On the hoof? I
I don't think you would, because because you lose it.
I'm a horse
unicorn.
now. Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a.
Okay. Fair enough.
Look
I
at
mean,
my
polymorph
balls.
still has
I mean,
sentience.
I either have to
I
survive
want to say
10
your
rounds.
communication is telepathic.
It
Anyway,
is telepathic anyway. So, I'm a
Telepathy
Yep.
up to 60 feet.
60 feet, yeah.
I either have to survive 10 rounds or make him break concentration.
All right. What are you doing, Easy?
I'm galloping towards a bear and Sura. Right on their tail.
Oh, so we're just going.
I'm like, actually, I'll be right between. She's 15 feet in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's 10 feet apart from him. So.
All right, so
You will have-
I'll be right in the middle between you two.
I thought we were gonna teleport.
Well, I need to be in between you two to do
Yeah.
that. You have to be
Yeah.
very
Do that.
close.
Do you have to just a touch?
I'm within 5 feet.
Okay.
Stay within 5 feet of me. I'll even say that. Stay within 5 feet of me.
All right,
That's
so that
enough
would
to
be
be able to-
3 creatures. That's how many you could. you could
Teleport, and
Do it.
I'll cast teleport. Make back
Okay.
to us quickly. And I say that telepathically to you guys.
So where are you
I'm
going?
coming to you. I'll go to
Up to a mile.
A mile, which I think is to where our horses are, right? Is our horses within a mile?
More than a mile.
Yeah, they would be a little bit further out.
All right. As far as I can get to.
We'll say back to the pond, the frozen pond, like as a
Frozen pond's a mile?
landmark
Okay.
that you were crossing, where you almost got caught. We'll say that as a landmark. I think is probably about right.
Okay. About to a mile. All right.
All right.
That's the best we can do.
Just wait on.
Okay.
I blink. Bing. You
All
teleport
right.
to the pond.
You guys might be doing a rescue mission.
I'm already kind of excited for this.
I did.
I don't like this at all.
I have the temptation to look at like my backup characters like, which
If we're gonna go,
Yeah.
this is the way to go.
Oh, that's gonna be heartbreaking. Oh, that's gonna be so heartbreaking. Please don't.
The
I
sad
love
part
you.
is I can leave without you.
So for the purposes of this, you guys are out of
Okay.
combat now.
Yep.
You're gone. Like we're not gonna come back to you.
Okay.
No, it's just stoic and
Stoic at the
crazy
moment.
man.
Which means it's his turn.
It's my turn?
It's his turn.
That's.
Let's see.
This is the best music for Doug.
You're right.
Suspense music. So you see the one up top. You see him kind of disappear from view for a second, and then come back, and you see him like on the railing. He just sort of goes, "Oh no, they left you. So tragic." And he kind of like wiggles his fingers a little bit, and I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Hold on.
How many times?
Charisma.
Charisma's good.
Charisma's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
We believe in you. I don't believe in you.
What was that? 12? It's 12.
12. Okay.
You rolled a 4. Man. You're so
You also feel that familiar lurch in your stomach.
Wait, can you dimension door?
Not between dimensions.
Not between dimensions.
See, that's a misleading term because it's dimension door.
You're traveling through a dimension to do
It's
it.
not
but it's not
interdimensional.
controlling
part is-
dimension. It's not plane shift.
I was looking at like
Plane shift?
like plane type spells, and I was like, no, we don't need those.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Yeah, we haven't been
And now's
banished
the time we wish we
somewhere.
had a plane spell of some sort.
Of some.
It only lasts a minute.
Yeah, it's not well.
So,
Can you hold an action in that realm or no?
no, you're incapacitated.
Incapacitated.
Yep.
So,
Just floating around.
as you both end up, suspended in blackness, nothing around you, incapacitated, unable to do anything, you wait in agonizing, like a minute that feels like eternity.
Here before.
Just wondering what could have happened, and your last thing you hear is that they left you, and however you feel about that.
I have more faith this time.
You did literally tell us to go.
Yeah.
You did. Sure did.
As you both suddenly pop back into place, you find yourself surrounded by a large number of crown soldiers. And you see them all with weapons drawn surrounding you, as the guy that you've been fighting is sort of lounging on the rooftop next to you, and you don't know where any of the other ones are, as all you see is the soldiers surrounding you. As you see, they start to grab you and hold on to you.
Well, I was gonna say, the moment I come out, how close is Valen to me?
Well, you both reappear in the same place.
And we were pretty close to each other.
You were 25 feet away from each other.
So
There are definitely soldiers between you. They are both surrounding each of you.
Do they bring us close together at all when they're walking us? I'm assuming they're going to walk us away.
Don't know yet. What are you trying to?
I'll wait for the moment. I need to be within touching distance of him.
Okay.
So I'm hoping they might move us closer to each other as they're questioning us or jostling us around to speak to whomever.
Okay.
But I'll hold my action if I can until I get within touching range of him.
Okay. you see immediately they call out for you to drop your. We're gonna do you first. They call you out to drop your weapons immediately and just start yelling at you, like fully surrounded by soldiers.
Do I don't need a holy symbol and anything like that anymore, do I?
I think you do. Hold on. That's a good question.
As a warlock?
Because you're more of a warlock.
It's not a holy symbol, but you still might need a focus or something.
Okay.
Okay, and that I will drop my mace, but I will keep my tome on me.
So that's like in your like pocket, right?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, I don't know if warlocks are like treated as sort of inherent or not.
I'm not sure. That's why I asked. So, if either way, if I have to keep something, I would like to try to keep that, but we'll drop my mace.
Okay.
Like I will drop the immediate threat weapons.
Okay, so you drop those, which are immediately snatched up and taken away from you. The same thing is said to you.
Yep. There's a moment of tense, and then just relax everything. Drop my sword. Go ahead and pull out the staff. Drop it, and any other little weapons I have on me.
I don't want to lose my mace, but
That's a cool
I don't want to lose my life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Good
I
choice.
don't think you do. I don't think you actually. I think it's just straight from your patron. So I don't think you actually.
Nice.
I'm gonna slowly be
No,
like.
you do. You use an arcane focus. Sorry.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna be slowly like hands up, backing up, like whoa, but like trying to move my way towards Valand. Like I know I'm surrounded, but I'm like.
Yeah, they immediately take you and bind your hands behind you, and as soon as you drop, they move in, and they bind your hands, both of you, and basically hold you down, like put you on your knees, holding you down with your now hands bound behind you.
Means I can't cast. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. That's why you had a moment.
Yeah, I know. But I could have used it, but I would have bailed on him.
And then,
Dimension
as you're
door.
brought to your knees, you first, being closer, you see the soldiers, the crowd of soldiers part, as you see riding up with slow horse steps. You see the Ruby Judge herself, as you see the helm covering her face, as you see this well-fitted, well-made armor, as you're getting a closer look with these sort of occasional red highlights on them, highlighting the red and black colors of the crown, as she has a cape behind her that's black on the outside and lined with red on the inside. And you see at her side a black sword that is got a very kind of intricate design to it. And you see her ride up and stop for a moment beside you and kind of look down at you through this unreadable past this helm that completely hides her face. Hold him, you hear her say as the soldiers grab you and start dragging you away. To you don't know where. And then she walks as the crowd continues to part and walks over to you, and she stops and looks down at you.
No, it's just I'm not wearing any of my monk garb. It's all
It's the local
commoner.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
commoner.
Yes, commoner clothing.
Yep,
Just
yep.
so there's no markings on me.
And you see her.
Giant tattoo on her back.
Well, yeah, she can't see that.
Make a perception check for me.
Interesting.
I'm scared to death. All right, 14. I'm scared to what I just rolled for because I think I might know, but I don't want to know. please do.
Do you think
Okay. So, she looks down at you for a long moment, silently, and then you hear her say, "Take him inside. I will speak to this one."
I feel like okay.
This was all meant to happen.
Yeah, that's it.
Immediately drag you inside, And as she dismounts and walks in, ordering them to leave, as you stand knelt in the room, she walks across the room away from you to a table of just this shop that they've apparently just commandeered immediately, that is empty at the moment. And you see her reach up and remove the helm, and you just see black hair, kind of short cropped, like, almost to shoulder level. The top of it pulled back just slightly, but kind of not an upward ponytail, like because of the helmet, but pulled back so that it's not, in the way. And there's something that's bothering you, because since she approached you, you see something familiar. And you're in denial for a moment. But then as she sets the helm down and she slowly turns around, you see a woman that is clearly battle hardened, with seemingly no fat, just a strong jawline with sharp features and dark eyes, as she turns around and says, "What are you doing here, Jonas?" As you see the thing that's been bothering you, the ruby that earned her name, is the very pendant you gave her, of a curled dragon around a ruby, as you are looking into your sister's eyes.
There we go.
Isadora.
How did you call that?
And that's where we're going to end things.
Oh my god! I'm glad, because I don't even know how we're going to respond to that right now.
Oh man. That's your sister.
I love you and I hate you.
How the fuck did you call that?
That was his brother.
She is Jonas' brother.
I'm dizzy.
I don't even know.
I feel dizzy.
It's like it's 11:15. It feels like it might as well be 8 o'clock. I feel like I got energy to go right now.
Seriously.
Oh my
I
gosh.
want to stop. This is such a bad time to
Oh my
stop.
gosh.
Is it copyright if we name the episode "My Name Is Jonas"?
My name is Jonas.
Oh, it's too good.
Wow.
I'm at a loss. I don't have anything.
What the?
What's bad is I remember we talking about this. You said I have a plan for your system. I'm like, okay, cool, it's great. Now,
I still
Yeah,
can't.
You had a plan
long,
for
long
my
time ago.
sister.
yeah, this is a long time ago.
Early
yeah.
episodes, yeah.
Oh.
That was
Yep.
such a good episode.
Well, and you failed a perception check when you were watching her the first time. Through the
Yeah, we did.
slats.
You did roll for something back then. I remember that now.
That's
You
right.
specifically failed a
Yeah.
perception check to see the yeah. And the way that just worked out in the battle,
That's wild.
dude, to set that up, holy crap.
Like we planned that as
The
a
dice
That
were like,
was
the
not-
dice were like, hold my beer, I got this.
That was
We
like-
know what's gonna happen in
Yeah, the dice are just like, I will tell the story.
Yep. I have to tell. You guys just sit back and listen.
Oh, this just got real interesting.
I was like super sad I didn't get to do my escape plan, but now I'm like, no.
so much better. So much
It's fucking amazing.
Two things I had saved is I was gonna dimension door 500 feet straight up and cast fly and just go.
Well, I don't think you didn't. Well, is that? Oh yeah, because your cape. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like it was my yeah. I had it.
Cool.
All I had to do was all I had to do was get near you. Boom.
Yeah.
But like
It's like a reverse parachute.
They were not gonna. Yeah.
no. But that was the only like. I was hoping we just had a little bit of space, and as they were
And then you
rolling,
just
they'd
come back,
shoot
you
up.
would come
Just
back together.
imagine
Yeah.
if you like left him. Fuck you.
I mean, with anyone to leave behind, if it turns out he was the right
That's
one.
the one.
I mean, if we made eye contact, I'd be like,
Yeah, but I wasn't gonna do that to you.
Oh my
It's enough
God.
to nature.
Wow.
yeah.
Doug, I am
Yeah.
I am shook.
You're shook.
It's fantastic.
Oh man.
I have been looking forward to and dreading this very moment since I created this character. I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Doug's gonna bring it into the story, and I'm not gonna look forward to it, but I'm gonna look forward to it.
Man, fucking family drama, man.
Uh-huh.
You never know. I mean, it's like you look at Bear's sister, seems all right. But, you know,
It's great.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that my sister's known for like, you know, running concentration camps. It's totally cool though.
Yeah, right? That's why I'm like, your sister's a bad person.
Yes.
She's a bad person.
She's a
She's
bad-
misunderstood. She's drinking.
That's right. That's right.
all right.
Oh, so now we have a moral conscience about
He could change her.
Yeah.
Listen,
Too late.
in my 20s, I thought I could do that too.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
good.
Next session's gonna be real interesting.
Oh boy.
Really, that was not what I expected you guys to do.
What, to fight?
Well, to like teleport, like to split like that, to teleport out.
yeah,
and, like,
I
just
really-
peace out with
I felt like I
Alana.
had zero choice.
I had enough to
I mean,
cast
we had a ton of
fly on
choices.
myself and 2 other people,
Mm-hmm.
and myself and 3 other people, and he had the same. We had enough to
I could
fly
have
6
fifth level
people.
spell on fly
We were
and get
holding-
everyone out.
Gotcha.
We were holding it the whole time because no matter, as long as we stayed together,
We can make
like,
it happen.
we were just
Yeah.
nervous that one of them could cast counterspell. And so we wanted to be far enough away from them to not get, because we each only had 1 shot.
if he casted counterspell, we were doomed.
Yeah.
So when he had teleport,
man.
I was like, well, I can still cast fly on the other half of the party. So if you bail, we can fly.
We can still get out.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, man, I'm trusting you.
Yeah.
And all I knew is
Go
Alanya
for
had
it.
to get out. I didn't care how. I didn't care who. I
Which,
just knew Alanya had to
I
get
mean,
out.
we're still alive.
Yeah.
You guys got out with her. Like, this is like
is
one of the more
great.
successful missions we've had.
Is it? What? Is it? Is it?
They have no idea we're alive.
Yeah, I have no idea.
have
The
no
last
idea.
I know, you're right behind
You're
us.
supposed to be right behind us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just waiting in the woods. Like, well, I don't know where they are.
Jesus.
All right. Yeah, I'm super excited for next episode now.
Yep. I'm not gonna sleep tonight.
Nope. For the whole week, probably.
A lot to think about. Yeah. All right. So, that is, if anything, should be an incentive to join us next week. Heck yeah. Great job. I mean, good job with the fight overall, you know.
Overall.
Good job with getting into the city,
Yeah.
like really well, dealing with that first group that could have turned sour too. Like,
Yep.
quickly.
I mean, it did
I
turn
was saying,
sour.
it could. We lost
It just
that.
could have
I mean,
turned
you got
more
away.
sour.
Yeah. Lured
Alright.
most of the soldiers out of the village.
We also put them all on extreme high alert.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. So join us next week, and yeah, I can't wait to see what happens. So see you guys soon.
Bye.
Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.